I've got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words, if those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine.
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we grow old with me. When we grow old, we grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert,
Oh, I saw these two eyes. Yeah, I saw your two eyes. I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen.
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we grow old with me. When we grow old, we grow old with me. As people dance from your window, if you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. And so when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. So let go, I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. so sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light. See the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun,
soit ni de Port-Roi Sicard.
Fueling every engine, power is descending. Baby, we're invincible. Over the coming days, let's cut to the chase. We're gonna beat this maze, let's go deeper. I wanna reach it all, taking a leap or fall. I'll get to you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun. With a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Baby, we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Baby, we're invincible. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun. With a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Baby, we're invincible. I've been
Do what it takes to make you believe. With my heart on hyperdrive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, child. Fucking hell, mate. This is on the day of our Lord. Here we are. Well, that's shit, isn't it? At least I wasn't naked, I guess. Right, we move. It's fine. It's fine. Pretend you didn't see nothing. It's fine. There's nothing to see here. Oh, okay. That wasn't cool. I was not expecting that. Would help if I actually activated it. Lockers, thank you for the 5 bits. And Jack McLeish. He can't miss the train, can he? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted straight off the bloody bat. Oh my god, hang on a minute. Wait, before I do anything else. Ice Battler, thank you very much for the 20 months during the intro. Kazniki, thank you so much for the follow during the intro. Jack, thank you for the 5. Paolo, thank you for the 5 as well. Bloody hell. And we've begun. And I'll get the presents. I'll just put the presents on now, shall I? It's just... I'll just leave them running, shall I? Podolski's left peg, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. That is unbelievably nice of all of you. Wow. I don't think I can do another intro really after that, can I? I've kind of already... That pooch has firmly gone. Oh my lord. Emu now with the 5 gifted subs. And he presses the button again. When it lets me. There we go. It's pressed. We're off. Hype as... Oh my god. Icarus now with the... Well, that's done it. That is a way to start. Oh my lord. Yeah. Oh, Ice Battler, thank you for the 10 gifted. What the fuck is going on? It is my Jubilee. Apparently it is, yes. It certainly feels like it. At this rate, fucking hell. Podolski's left peg with the 5 gifted. Holy shit on a cracker, friends. Thank you. Is that already a level 5 harp train after like 2 minutes of stream? Oh god, I should have worn a dress. I should have just gone full queen, shouldn't I? I could grab M's corgi teddy. Would that help? Would that make me feel more regal? I don't know, it's gone. He's up there. So, thank you again, all of you. That's so unbelievably... Oh my god. Emu with the gifted sub to 100 subs. How many subs do you reckon 100 subs has been gifted over the years for having that Twitch account? Rather not shit on a cracker. Hey, it's the best kind of added flavour. Welcome in, Frodo.
Yes, very soon.
Oh.
They are building it now.
Ooh. Hang on. Architect. Hang on, I'm going to get this right. I'm going to try it. Architect to a Architect to a Rambalda. Thank you very much for the follow. Do correct me on the spelling. Not the spelling, the pronunciation, because that was definitely not right. Paolo with the gifted sub to Raw as well. James Miller with the 6-month resub. Hello, Architect. I'm so sorry I fucked your name up there. Do let me know how to say it properly, because I want to make sure I get it right. I'll just call you Architect. How about that? That sounds awesome. That's a really cool name. Icarus with the gifted sub to Frodo as well. Oh, we will finally get the ring to Mordor today. or something. I don't know. It's too easy, isn't it? It's too easy. 490%. Are you shitting me? Mental. We missed technically sitting on 666 and 669, which is a shame. But there you go. We'll have to go to 6,000. Obviously, that's a joke. Obviously. Holy shit. Thank you so much, my friends. That's unbelievably kind of you. I don't even know what to say. Thank you, everybody. And welcome anybody who may be new to the channel. That is a thing. I want to sit here and be like, that doesn't happen very often, but it does, and that's what makes me so, like, all gooey inside. I'm genuinely extremely grateful, basically. Only one subscribe 10 times 60. That's a good point, actually. Well, technically, yes, I suppose you're right, actually. 696, I guess, because it's kind of like 60. Is a 696 just 69 with some poor person on the back doing nothing? They eat an ass, chat. Just pretend we move away from that statement. I think we've just invented a new one there. A new icon. Yeah. So they've all been updated to icons now, and I wonder if it's just because it's like in relation to various other things. But there you go. Lockers, thank you so much for the 8 bits. That's very kind of you. They eat an ass, chat. It's true. I can't deny it. Have I even turned the music down yet? No, I haven't, right? I just totally threw me, my friends. Involves the dreaded third wheel. It do be involving the third wheel, but, you know, sometimes the third wheel's just happy to be a third wheel. Think of the Reliant Robin. Insides are getting gooey now, mate. It's just, when you eat too late at night, you wake up in the morning and you just feel a bit like that, don't you? Holy shit. It is a manual one, yes. It's not a real stadium pick, obviously. It's, well, I mean, it is a real stadium pick, but it's not like a real stadium pick, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's a real stadium. I can't remember where the stadium actually is, but it's generic enough that we could pass it off as our own stadium, and that's part of the fun, really, isn't it? Being able to pass things off as your own. Oh, dear. Yeah, I don't know what controls the value, honestly. I have seriously no fucking clue what causes it. Clippity clop with a gifted sub to G'day Peasant. Thank you very much for that clip. That's so kind of you, man. Is it Peru or Portugal? What, the stadium? I don't know, actually. I'll have to ask James and Kathy. Yeah, Chile. That was it. James got it. Jack McLeish with the 45 bits. Thank you very much, Brenda. That's so kind of you. We need the artificial grass. It doesn't rain much in Ireland, you see, so we're never going to be able to get it watered otherwise. Just yelling Chile. I'm all right with that. Let's all yell Chile together. We beat PSG in the Super Cup. Dara Galvin. Dara Galvin is our long-lost son in many ways. He was a greyed-out goalkeeper that we were forced to play in a Champions League game once because we had several injuries and weren't able to register anymore. And back in a second. Holy shit. Oppo with the 12 gifted subs. What the fuck? Overuse of the button, I realised, but I don't know what else to say. Thank you so much, guys, everybody. That's unbelievable. I love that he just missed the end of the hype train. He's just hurling subs at the train as it flies away. Holy God. What even was I saying? Yeah, so Dara Galvin. Bloody hell. Dara Galvin. Oh, that's scary. RPG man, scary. Dara Galvin was, yeah, greyed out goalkeeper. We had to play in a Champions League match, but we had another player called Roy Galvin, who was another greyed out player we were forced to play in a Champions League game, but we managed to offer Roy a contract before it expired, basically. However, we got out of the match too quickly with Dara, and he disappeared because obviously he's a greyed out player. So we basically decided that he was no longer for this world, and when we finally got a new stadium, we decided to name it after him. So that's who Dara Galvin is. Brother of Roy, who's just announced his retirement from football. I mean, can you really retire from a sport that you barely play? Haven't left it to go shopping. Oh, see you later, Jack. Enjoy shopping. Holy God. So, a couple of things I have to catch up with on you lot. So, actually, there's two main things to catch up with. Yeah, exactly. It's a sore subject when we talk about Dara. It just makes me feel a little bit sad inside, you know? We've got some lookups to do in a second as well, I realise that. And Chaos Matcher! Thank you very much for the follow. I didn't miss any follows in all of that, did I? Right. No, I did. Wow. Imagine that. Pro streamer and all that. Oh, goodness me. It's getting quite warm in here already. So, where do I even begin? Let's tell you what. Let's do the special. I haven't got around to doing that, James, but I am tempted, honestly. Right, let's have a look. What we got? We got Pep Guardiola. Hang on, there was a stadium named after Pep Guardiola. Or, sorry, Peg Guardiola, technically. So, yes, there is. There is Pep Guardiola Park here. It is a 41,000 capacity stadium built in, well, 2024, I think. I can't really see it because, you know, UI and all that. It's in Villarreal, but doesn't have a team in it. Were they preparing for like a World Cup or something? It's good old Peg Park. Like, you're going down Peg Park? I don't know, I can't believe they spelt it wrong. Wouldn't it be cool if nicknames carried over into things like naming for stadiums, so the game just took the nickname instead? Because then we could potentially have Shitty McGee Stadium somewhere in Lithuania. I wonder if he's still playing, actually, while I'm thinking about this. Not spelled like that, he isn't. Is old Shitty McGee still knocking about? Yes, he is. Still, actually, no, I think he has moved clubs, has Shitty McGee. He's currently knocking about at Alda. So, there you go. Well, this is what technically the competition bit just tells you what it's like allowed for, if I recall. So, there's not been any matches here that we can see. I mean, my suspicion is that it was built for like a Euros or World Cup or something. But because we've gone so far removed from when that actually would have happened, it's maybe just doesn't have any there. Maybe it'd be a final venue. Maybe. Oh, imagine if we get to play a game at some point in the Pep Guardiola Park in Villarreal, of all places. Did Pep have any connection with Villarreal? Like, played there, managed? I don't think he managed them, did he? Unless he did in this save and we just don't realise it. They do be loving stadiums, don't they? I mean, just think what happened in Tromsø, for example. It's very pork barrel. Spanish FA just being like, do you fancy an extra stadium? Yeah. Villarreal could be, actually, yeah. Let's have a look, actually. Still weird that it's named after Pep, though. So they're currently playing at Estadio della Ceramica, but it will show us on this. No? You'd think they would, given that it's 17,000 seats. More. And that's owned by the council as well. I mean, I'm a little bit baffled, I'll be honest, friends. Just build stadium. It does certainly feel like that, doesn't it? We've had that happen before. It's just weird that these stadiums just exist and then nobody, like, occupies them. Because that stadium was, I think, from what I could see, built in 2024. What we'll do is, it doesn't appear that Nicolo Fagioli is actually in my database. Oh, no, sadly not, Emu. I'll refund you points for that. I reckon it's got to be World Cup or Euros, right? So let's have a look. Oh, actually, can we even see who hosted them beyond a certain point? That's Champions League, Matt, so definitely not. Does it actually tell you who the host were each time? Or, oh, it does. No, ooh. Does it? There must be a way of looking at that, right? Past winners, maybe? Host, here we go. So, no Spain. Germany hosted one. So, Germany hosted the 2024. So, Mike, what do you reckon? World Cup 2026, maybe? No, isn't that Canada, USA? Maybe it was built for the 2030 World Cup, perhaps? Because it's not any of these. Also, love how it's just all European nations. But there you go. I love how it's just all European nations, Matt says, while talking about the European Championship. Why isn't it being hosted in South Africa, he asks, earnestly. Let's have a look at the World Cup. God, I'm an idiot. World Cup, right. At least you can see this information. So, aha! Chat, we've done it. We have sussed it out. There you go. 2030 World Cup, hosted by Spain, won by France, runner-up by England, and third place by the Netherlands. The World Cup is on Mars. It is, yes. Martian's got a hell of a side. Their, like, stamina is outrageous on account of training in a low-oxygen environment. It's incredible. It's like Bolivia plus, you know? So there it is. Yeah, it was built for the 2030 World Cup in Spain, which Spain failed to get in the top 3 of. And Sweden did indeed get a silver medal at the World Cup. The thing about this World Cup here as well, England may have come 3rd. Scotland came 4th. It was a Scotland-England playoff match. In South Africa, of all places, again. Wow, imagine that. South Africa getting 2 World Cups before anybody else does in this... Oh, no, except Spain. Oh, no, Japan had another one. Or is that one already scheduled? I can never remember. I forget where the scheduling stops. I think it's probably that one? I don't know. What's the next World Cup scheduled to be in? It's USA and Mexico, isn't it? Or USA, Canada. Or USA, Canada, Mexico. I can't remember. Something like that. Or is that this one here? I assume it is that one there. I love that it says 3 host nations instead of telling you what they are. Like, it'd be nice if I could hover over this and it would tell me what the 3 host nations are. Like, thankfully, if I had to guess, FM doesn't have the ability to display... Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think when FM assigns World Cups manually, like when it hasn't got one card coded, it only selects one country, doesn't it? It doesn't actually have the ability to do more than one. No? Oh, no worries, FM noob. Absolutely fine, my man. What I would say is, if you do need any help regarding technical stuff or just general streaming stuff, drop me a DM on any platform and I'll help you out as best I can. I like to raid people like... Basically, what I the way I sort of explained it to chat before you came over to you was that I like seeing new people, because it looked like you just started streaming FM, and I wanted to throw a rage away because it might encourage you to do it more, and I always want to see more people streaming Football Manager, basically. So hopefully it had that effect, and hopefully my chat were nice. They seemed to be. I was very careful. It says Wales and Scotland was hosting Euros. It must be do multi-country. Ah, true, yeah. Oh, interesting. Those are the maybes. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so obviously it can do it. It just mostly doesn't, I'm guessing. But I suspect in the future we're going to see more and more joint hosts for major tournaments because governments are going to want to spread the money across. I mean, look at how many white elephants they end up with a lot of the time when they do this. So, yeah. Dazza! I am excellent today, my friend. Absolutely spiffing glorious, you might say. Haven't won this treaty show for a little while either, so I thought I'd crack this out today. Right, we've got a couple more. Oh, no, one more. Arthur Why am I struggling here? Arthur Mirza, who I suspect has also retired, unfortunately, Yoxter. If he was in my database to begin with. It could be a bit of both, unfortunately, but I'll refund your points for that. So, two things. Oh, money. We have so much. I'll just leave that up there for a second. Oh, wait, hang on. That up there for a second so you can get an idea of what kind of budgets we're working with today. Yes. The answer is yes. We have £56 million and a £400,000 wage budget. Also, I sold Prio Taser, so on the 18th we'll get another £5 million for that. So it's actually going to be about £60 million roughly. But, yeah. So, two things. Firstly, I've agreed a contract with Mihov. I did it before stream, so it's on the same day, so we won't see what happens with it until we progress. However, yeah, Claus and Traore, more on that in a second as well. Those of you that saw the, or have watched the recap video will know about that, because I found it during the recording. But, and here's the cool part. When we tried to offer Mihov a contract last time, he wanted, what was it, 70-something thousand pounds a week? So what I did was, I extended the contracts of every other player that I wanted to extend the contracts of before offering any big money, just in case, because I was prepared to offer him a big deal, but I wanted to make sure that I offered other players' contracts first so that they didn't use his contract as a basing point to get their extensions. So I've extended a shitload of players' contracts that we all needed to do. Then I went back in for Mihov today. 39,000, which admittedly would still make him the highest paid player at the club, but he's also the oldest player at the club, aside from Emmett Doran, and probably one of the best players at the club. So I've agreed a 5-year deal on £39,000 a week, and for me, that's what I'm willing to do. It's not absurd amounts of money, it's just enough to tide us over for a bit and tie him down for like 5 years. So I'm pleased with that. Based Damwon Enjoyer. Thank you very much for the follow. He's 31, I think, or 32. He and Emmett are the oldest players at the club. I think he's probably slightly... where is he? 32 years old at the moment. His contract extends to the end of next year at the moment. And, yeah, he'll be 33 this year. But I'm offering him one last big deal, basically, because I do feel like he could be a fan... He's been so good for us. I feel like he deserves it based on that. And if we were to get a bid on him when he's, like, 35... then at that point we could look for it and see what to do. But I just feel like when you find a goalkeeper that is so good in the match engine and just does shit for you, it's almost impossible to want to get rid of this guy, because he's still the Bulgarian national team keeper as far as I know. So he's still outrageous. So pretty pleased with that. Enrique Araujo. You love to see it, my friends. So yeah, that's sorted. Well, that's another thing. I feel like it's a good contract extension to get, because it, as you say, firstly, we tie him down. Secondly, it bumps up our wage a little bit, and it might entice other players to say, hang on, I could get a decent whack of change here. But also, it prevents us from having one player on ridiculous. Holy shit, yeah. Some of the transfers we did on Nordic Nomads yesterday are unbelievable. Those 3 guys I got, like Pritchard, Abule, and Clotley, for like a combined combined less than 100 grand. Stonks, my friends. I love that players like that exist in that database and will sign. We wouldn't be able to sign those players on this database, even though we're who we are. It's mental that I can do that for Sunayuska, but I can't do it for Treaty United. Also, the sponsorship income that Sunayusk have is insane. They're getting 700 grand a season just for... Oh, no, he's not gone, is he? I think he might have retired. Well, don't you just love to fucking see it, Chateau? Come on! That's amazing. We could have Classy Neck as a coach. We've got 2 coaching spots. I left them available just in case that we found anyone we wanted to promote through the system, like Emmett Doran, for example. So now we could have Classy Neck. And on that day, his neck grew 3 sizes. Were that to even be possible, my friends? Oh dear. The Belgian centre-back. So he's still there. I don't know if I think I did mention him at the end of the video. He's only on trial at the moment because I wanted to see how many players I want to see what happens with John Diaz, the Colombian guy I'm trying to sign on a free. After that, when I say 2 coaching spots, I mean 2 free coaching spots. The other 15 coaches will have to make room for him. Yeah, he played for Sporting, and he did really, really well at Sporting too. That's the worst thing about it, Glorioso. You'll see this. Basically, at Benfica, he played a little bit, but never really had that much of an impact. He went on loan to Fortuna Düsseldorf for a couple of seasons, did brilliantly. Then they sold him to Sporting for 20 million, and well, look, back-to-back 20-goal seasons. He's a dire coach. Yeah, he is, but he's classy neck, right? He's classy neck. You can't not have him in. You've got to have him. I leave these spots available for the meme pickups. I've saved that other one for Emmett Doran if we can hopefully convince him to stay, you know? That's the hope anyway. So, that's the contract stuff, which is awesome. The final thing, and this is the best part. So, every few months, or whenever I remember, I always ask the board and have a look and see if we can get a new affiliate club. Specifically, the standard type. The one we've been looking at lately. So they let me have another one. I thought, excellent. Let's have a look and see if we can find any... What's his coaching badges? He could easily get better with some coaching badges, I'd say. How many? Because it's National B, National A, Continental. He's got a lot of ceiling there, I'd say, with coaching badges over the next few years. He's never going to be a world-beating coach, but he'll definitely be a really solid coach if we give him his badges. So that's awesome. But yeah, so I had a look and thought, where can we get... Because I didn't want to look through the whole list, so I looked through different countries. And then I looked at Uruguay. None of the other South American nations would let us have any affiliate sites. Uruguay, on the other hand, let us have 2. Or rather, there was 2 clubs available to pick for Uruguay. You're going to love this part. You're going to fucking love this. Defensor Sporting of Uruguay. Oh, that is a filthy affiliate club. Particularly, Defensor Sporting may send academy players to train at Treaty to gain experience. Treaty may benefit from some of these players coming through their youth intake. Oh, is he from Funchal? I think we knew that actually because of when we looked at him before. Best part of this, right? Excellent and exceptional. I don't know why they appear, because they definitely weren't on the list before. So something's changed to allow us to have this new affiliate and some slightly new teams. But I can't remember who the other club... The other club was like some second division side that I'd never even heard of. So the fact that Defensor Sporting were allowing us to be their Big Daddy club. Whoa. I mean... And the fact is now, we have 5 teams. So Defensor Sporting, Esbjerg, Žilina, Puskás, and Starbæk, all of them have the same agreement, which means we could get youth players from all of their clubs in our youth intakes. 5 different teams. And Strasbourg, weirdly... Actually, I'll show you now, right? So, I can ask to negotiate it. Watch this. They don't like it, but then I say... Transfer market. Clearly initial. We've decided to grant requests. Right, good. And then... You get this news article that says, I'm pleased to confirm that writing to the board's agreement the request you made is a recent board meeting. The link with Strasbourg has now been renegotiated. A mutually beneficial relationship, right? Then you go to affiliate clubs. And I promise you, even when I click continue, it doesn't change it. It just doesn't work. It's another thing that is broken in FM. It just doesn't work. You go to the next day and it's exactly the same as it was before. We cannot seem to renegotiate it, even though they say they have, and it's changed. You go the next day and it's the exact same thing. It still says they're the senior affiliate. So, yeah, a little bit annoying that is completely broken, but then are we massively surprised? So you get 5 options usually with affiliates. The one you want to look for is recruit foreign youngsters. That's the one that gives you this. That's the most important clause, I think, in terms of youth academies, because it basically means that you'll get a larger pool of players to pick from for your youth, for your intakes, and there's a higher chance of players coming through from these sides. And if the clubs themselves have good youth recruitment and whatnot, it's just absolutely perfect. We've not had anyone actually come through from them yet, admittedly. Not one youth intake since we started getting these has had any player from them. But at some point we will. Some point we will find it. Oh, next youth intake is going to be dog shit, and we know it, but I don't think we can do much about it. Our head of youth development is absolutely stacked, and everything. We've done all the best practice stuff. Like, we've done everything we can from a best practice part of this to try to make it work. And if it doesn't at that point, really, you just have to be resigned to fate and kind of just run with it. Just steer into the memes, chatto. Okay, so with that in mind, I feel like we could just kind of get cracking. Oh, so one thing that I feel like I want to prioritize today. Oh, more on that in a minute. Is team reports, because I did a few and we've got a few in the pipeline, but I don't know how many. It's not like an insane amount of team reports. It's like 30 there. So any people that want to request team reports, drop those in like, you know, lookups or something, and we'll add those into the list as well. Because I think that's going to be really useful for scouting at the moment, because I didn't do another round of those under 19 scouting yet because I didn't want it to flood our inboxes yet. I wanted to just look for some like laser targeted. Best youth intake player we've ever had, probably Chris McLean. In terms of players that actually came through our youth academy, not ones that didn't. What is the story there? Essentially, long story short, Henry, I was at a party and we were playing this game called the Cereal Box game. I'll explain what that is if people don't already know. And it was just a video of me doing it dressed in a tutu. We went to like a party that was, I think you had to go as like a music genre or something. So I went all emo. And my friend went as baby metal, hence why he had a tutu, and I borrowed it to do the Cereal Box game. Cereal Box game, though, highly recommend if you're having a house party and you're drunk and it's kind of late in the evening. It's a really fun match, really fun game. But basically what you do is you take a cereal box, imagine, and then you have to bend down and pick it up without touching it with your hands, basically. And you can't use your hands on the floor either. And so by doing that, but you go around in circles and everyone does it. And then after that, unless someone can't do it, and then they're out, obviously. But then after that, you then have to cut off a part of the cereal box and make it slightly smaller. That's basically the play. So is that Union Saint-Yellowcard? Hopefully the game is not. There we go. I wasn't sure how the game had spelled them. It's always a bit of a problem. I'll just catch up on some of these team reports for a second. Talk about yourselves. No biggie. So many of the damn things. Gamba Osaka. Okay. We'll get there in a minute. I think I've already done. Oh no, I haven't. Didn't we do ASIC Mimosas on the? Okay, I can't do Gamba Osaka because they haven't got any players. That'd be a waste of time. Which is weird that they don't have any players. Honestly, maybe I should check that actually before I do the youth intakes. Okay, they do. That's fine. Not youth intakes. You know what I mean? It's kind of odd. Yeah, we did ASIC last stream. I don't think they've got any new players in. I mean, we'll do it anyway, but like, it's unlikely that they'll have probably got any newbies in that time. Oh dear. The weather, yeah, how is the weather? Because right now, for me, it's boiling, honestly. It's not super sunny, but it's proper, like, filthy hot in there. Or in here, rather. And the problem with this new massive standing fan is can he have that bastard on while I'm streaming? Because, well, you know what happened when I turned it on the other day? It sounded like a jet fighter trying to take off next to my face. Zalgiris. Ooh, we definitely not looked at Zalgiris, actually, as it goes. Zalgiris Vilnius, do they have a B team? They actually do. Nice. Well, not a B team, but they've actually got a C team. Oh, that's probably their youth team, I suppose. Generation Foot, Zalgiris, O'Higgins. Okay, cool. Proud to play for me. Really? You'd be surprised. I suspect that you might find that actually you've had that more than you think. If you go into certain players' profiles under happiness, it will often say stuff like that. Unless this was on like a different menu. Suwon Blue Wings. I remember finding a great player from Suwon Blue Wings back in the day. Obviously, we might not see much of these today, but it's just good to get them queued up for the meantime, right? I'll probably refund the Mimosas one just because. Estoril. Oh, Estoril. Okay. Interesting choice. Look at me typing away. So I don't do it on the first team. You'll notice I'm doing it on both the first team and the second team. The reason I did the other ones only on the first team is because what I was doing basically is I was looking for first team players, but then when the report came through, I then get the report on the second team straight after that. It sounds kind of weird, but it just means that you don't end up getting too much about one team at once, so you get to spread it out a bit. I don't know how to spell Lviv. Are they called something else that I'm not familiar with? Because I don't know where this Estoril, previously managed by Marco Silva by any chance, Dan? I believe that was his first big job, was it not? Oh, Lviv. Oh, okay, sorry. Whoa, okay. I was just reading it out of the thing as always. Lviv. There we go. Ah, yes. That's my fault. I always type things directly as they're spelled, particularly when I'm not entirely sure. And Cardiff City. Imagine if we actually got someone good at Cardiff City. You play for Estoril. Sick. That's awesome. What division were they in at the time? Are they still top flight or are they a second tier side in Portugal these days? I know these things, Dan. You come to me with your big trivia and there I am slapping them out the park. I've just typed in Central. Oh, it actually came up. Nice. Poggy. Still top flight. Nice. Always kind of liked them. He said, pandering. Luzerne. Wait, is it just... That's weird. Maybe it just comes up if I type in Luzerne. Oh, okay. The FC part is... FM. They really need to sort that. The search algorithm and the actual built-in one is really bad. Barcelona. Is that the Ecuadorian one? El Gordo with the 11 months. In amongst all that, I'm covering everything.
Chateau, been a few stream. Are with everyone?
Well, I'm excellent. I don't know about you, Gordo. I'm excellent. How are you, my friend? Hope life is good. Right, we catch up on those, and we are good to go. Oh, no, we're not. Vela Sarsfield. Ooh, good shout. That should keep us tied over for a little bit. And as usual, FM's like, no, Village only. If I typed in Sarsfield, I bet they wouldn't have come up, honestly. And CU Academy. I think we did them last time, but why not? In fact, I remember trying to type their name in because they didn't come up unless I typed in the whole word Academy for some reason. Yeah, odd. And I know they've only got one team because obviously. Arsenal. Is that Arsenal Tula? Oh, I just took a screenshot in Steam apparently. Enjoy. That was quite a loud noise, actually. It sounded like someone charging up a ray gun. Life moves, though. Life comes at you fast. Ah, there we go. Oh, Guadalajara. Okay. Okay, I might need to move on at some point here. Guadad. Deportivo Guadalajara. That'll probably do us. That'll tide us over to, like, comfortably into the middle of the next stream, honestly. Let me just see. We can press continue now. See what happens. I'll just show you the thing with the youth report as well. Oh, Barema. I did ask for it. I'm always careful when doing that, but I think that'll probably do us for the moment. Fulham, fine. Although they do have that really good right winger, Connor Wright. So there is that, I suppose, if nothing else. Bit of that. Bit of that as well. Specky Scotsman, thank you very much for the follow. Dean! With the 23 months. How's it going? How goes the construction on your Fisher-Price game controller? Yeah, I wanted to preserve it for all time, all right? It's important to know just how badly I can misspell things. I realise I probably missed a lot of chat messages amongst all that, so I do apologise. And if it was important, pop it in again. I'm curious. So, yeah, now we'll notice when we go back in here. See, senior affiliate. It's weird, but it's just broken.
Came in summer.
Luke, P2, thank you very much for the follow. You keep doing well in qualifying, you'll be P1 in no time, bud. But thank you so much. So loan players have now returned. So unfortunately, a lot of guys have come back. A lot of these guys have still got bids on them to go back out again. But yeah, it's not too bad. Most of them have gone back though. The only few, so Halalai didn't want to go back because he didn't like the club for some reason. Everson's contract's expiring. Salgado didn't want to go back to Dundalk because he didn't like the amount of game time he was getting there. Played 30 matches, idiot. A lot of these are like youth players, and Fat on Cake didn't like his time. But most of these guys are not the ones that we cared about too much anyway. Oh, thank you, Specky Scotsman. That's so kind of you. Welcome in, my friend. You are the junior affiliate and the partners with Alsaz. How do you mean? We are, but look, we just negotiated the deal to make us the senior affiliate, and every time you do that, it doesn't work, basically. Cancelling it? Probably, yeah, honestly. There's really no reason not to. I thought, do you know what, chat? I thought we could change them, all right? Cancel it. Yeah. I thought we could change them. I thought we could make them quality. Hybrid 22 is quite a lot. I think I've had more than that, but mostly because it counted at one point every corner as a key pass. Ooh. Separate channel point ward. Yes, it would, actually. Although I don't know what the price has to be like, because it can go a bit mental sometimes. Do you remember that time, did I ever make Stephen Hawking a game? Do you know I didn't? No. Oh, dear. It's like, do you remember the looking forward one? Where I opened the window on requests, because they made them really cheap, for the looking forward, so people could look stuff up. And I think we got like 300 requests in like 2 minutes. And then I had to, it was like one 10-minute window of requests. And then that was the whole stream. And I was like, I sat there and did every single one of them, because I'm a man of my word. You can't, in some nations I think you can, but we can't. So we definitely can't have affiliates in the same division, because we had an affiliate side who were in the same division as us, or rather they got promoted and then it cancelled it immediately. You saw Stephen Hawking once. When? I'm curious now. So now we're just waiting for some transfer. So the one position I really want to maybe try to see someone in is left wing. In fact, might even be worth, must have met famous people. Well, I'll tell you about that time I walked into Bradford chat. There you go. Give to sub for a look up. I don't play the game that way, you know me. Right, yeah. I want to do a quick manual search, actually, while we're at it, for potentially any left-sided players. Why does Stephen... To get to the other side, obviously. Maybe 25 and under. Just to see if we find anyone that really takes our fancy for the... So it's winger support. See if there's any mad ones in here. So I want high crossing, dribbling pretty solid as well. Pace would be quite nice too. He's obviously at Barcelona. What about you? Murat Ertuk. Quick. Cheap. Okay, well, it's certainly worth a scout report, right? Athlone still like 7th, which is better than they were. Like, they were bottom when we took over. So I'll say it. Hey, Bradley. Got cut from the edit. That's amazing. Terrifying at the same time, I suppose. A lot of professors today. I doubt that very much. Hey, Dale. That is kind of nice. My grandfather used to play for East Fife for a bit. Back in the, well, I guess it would have been the 50s, I suppose. So that was pretty cool. I believe he actually won. Was it when they won the Scottish Cup? I can't remember. I think he had a medal for something related to football. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Right, okay. So is there any more in there? Probably not. Well, there is definitely more players in here. So, like, for example, this lad here. Leonidas Vanikoy. Oh, he's bloody right left-footed. Fuck me. God damn it. Ah, he would have been quite... I mean, he's expensive. But what about Roma, man? Nicolas Conte. Weirdly cheap. Left, no left foot. Okay, I need to put this left. I need to put a filter on for left foot. Normally I wouldn't with these, but I think like we need a left-footed player here. Add condition. Where is it? It's in general, and then you do left foot. Yeah. Is at least fairly strong. That should filter out any ones we don't want. Maintaining data. I'm trying to. So any player that's been at our club a long enough time will have that data preserved, but I'm not picking like specific players from other teams to preserve data on, especially as far as I know anyway. Like the game tends to save any high profile players anyway, so if they're there, they're there. How do I not talk about that? Talk about what? The grandfather East Fife thing. I honestly hadn't even thought about it in ages, but yeah, he played for East Fife in the 50s, I believe it was. I don't. He had some kind of medal for something related to football. I don't know if it, because East Fife did win the Scottish Cup around that time. I can't remember exactly. I have to ask my dad. But there you go. Let's see. Charlie Jeffrey, 25. He did Scotland. See, chat, the family did Scotland all along. I didn't even need to do it at this point. 2020. Oh, yeah. No, we've been moving a lot lately, Bradley. Right, let's just check Liechtenstein briefly. I know they've got one particularly good guy. Hey, Jacosi. Not really. We were just doing some lookups, and I was just running through... Wow, that rating. Oh, of course. Their best player is Sebastian Emmert, who one of the guys we looked at. No one talks about that. So people are catching strays off a Zeep this morning. East Fife's history on FM. Good shout, actually. I don't know if it would go back that far. You'd like to think it would, but yeah, this is definitely the best Liechtensteiner. Because we were kind of interested in signing him, but then the price they paid wasn't too bad. It's just that we were never going to be able to compete with his wages. We didn't sell the Troy Seller, and I'll explain why in a sec, because I still haven't actually explained that to you, have I? So, East Fife. Scottish Cup. 38. Yeah, so it definitely wasn't then. He would have been... Actually, I don't know. He died in 1995. Maybe. It could have been. Unless there was any other cups that were... Oh, actually, it might have been this. He died in 1995. So, it might have been... Well, obviously it wasn't the Bet-Red Cup. Is that the League Cup? It might have been the Scottish League Cup that he won with them. Or a runner-up medal. It could have been, but I'm fairly certain it wasn't. I think it might have been that rather than that. I think that would have been too early. If I had to guess, anyway. Lovely kit there, by the way. Big fan of that. It's really good tartan in it. You'd love to see a bit of tartan in there. What was his name? Well, you see, I can't really do that because of Hamley stuff. I can't... Jimmy Halliwell. I was just realised, actually, that doesn't make any difference. It's not even my name. But, yeah. I suppose it would have been James, I guess, then. I think? Because he was technically my step-grandfather, not my grandfather. Although, unless my dad was talking about... No, it definitely can't have been. You don't meet anyone called Jimmy today. You just don't, unless you meet Jimmy Broadbent. Well, of course you know my name, Dan. It's Matt, obviously. Matt Card. Jesus. Sorry, I meant Jimmy Card. Jimmy Card. That's the famous Scottish footballer Jimmy Card. You know your name. Good stuff. It's Mr., clearly. Jimmy Yellow Card. That's the one. Yeah, easy. My middle name is Yellow. Right, so finally, the Brahma Traore thing. So, it's currently £3.2 million. I'm not going to sell it right now, because literally 5 days ago, it was £4.7 million, which means I suspect that we'll be able to get more than that. And as you'll see, his current value is around about that. And to me, I don't think £3.2 million is enough. That would require Chelsea to sell him for... If Chelsea sold him for anything more than £6.5 million, we'd get less money. But if we sold the deal now. I think if it goes to like 5 or 6 million, I'd probably do the deal. But it's not perfect yet. And the fact that it's changed so frequently lately makes me think it could go back up again as well. Particularly as Chelsea still owe us another £1 million, which is pretty sick. And also, well, we're never going to get that. That we'll probably get. But I want to make sure that we get at least 5 million for this. Particularly as that would take the deal to something absurd, wouldn't it? Because it's that with add-ons for 3.2 million. If we got another 5 million and ended up getting 8 million quid for this guy in a year, that'd be outrageous. Also, a lot of signings that we signed up before have now joined us. So I'll give you a little run through of those guys too, because there's some pretty sick stuff in there. So first one was Adam Kaharski. And, well, see, Adam Kaharski has an injury. I'm going to put this in here, actually. Within literally a week. No, literally within 2 days of him joining the club. I mean, are you fucking serious? Oh, no, not within joining the club. Because he's still technically on loan at Legia. But yeah, jet ski injury. Ah, dear. But yeah, he's in. Or he will be when he finishes his loan spell at Legia. But there you go. Dobro's middle name was scored second. Oh, no. It's true. All of this is true. So there's also Badman, who's crap. But we signed him because his first name is Badman. And he's Mongolian and has 16 caps. I mean... He does look very good, and that's the reason. He had a really low star rating, but we looked at his attributes and thought, yep, there's a player there, we'll have him for free. Love Jimmy Hill. Yeah, everyone loves a bit of Chinny Hill. National team's under 21. For lower league saves, no. And the simple reason is that you won't be allowed to, because your scouting range will not extend to allow you to do that. So basically, you'll try it, it will basically say outside of scouting range, or it will cost you an insane amount of money and you'll bankrupt the club. You can't really do that until you reach a certain point of finances and the board allow you. Hey, I'm a trader. Why do they always... Inauguration of the Irish Sea jet ski excursions. I know. We've got to ban that from Limerick. We really do. No worries, mofo. Oh, yes, our new right-sided player, Choi Tae-hoon. I'm a fan. 18 caps for Korea. Solid physicals. Really nice natural fitness too, which is exciting. He's 6'1", which is nice. We've always wanted a top quality... Hang on, I'm just going to get him training the higher up position here, just so he gets comfortable. Oh, I can't do that, can I? Advanced right, winger, support, Poggy. I mean, he's just lovely, isn't he? Just a lovely, lovely, lovely. Attribute masking off too easy. Yes. To me, attribute masking... If attribute masking was off and we could see every attribute of every player, I would just use my filters and absolutely clean up, because we'd be able to see the quality of every single player. And with the filters I have set up, it would be so easy to just pick the best young players. The only thing you wouldn't really know is their potential, but one scout report and you're done. Basically. One scout report and you did. He is a bit like, well, in that he's Korean, I suppose. The boat clauses. So jet ski's kind of like a boat. Maybe. We're just getting black in their head. So he's back up for Solis and Espen Falconos. It now gives us 3 players we can rotate around. Plus Solis can play off the left-hand side too. It's just shown on YouTube. Sort of mofo. Actually, it is in kind of 2 ways. So I have the recap videos that I put on the main channel, which is just a season-by-season recap where I run through what's happened. Those go live before. In fact, one went live today. But I also put all the VODs of these streams on my second channel, Straight Red Card, which you can find here. Yes, Pro. And that as well. So technically, yes, but perhaps not in like the way that my other videos are structured. We won the group, TJ, in the end. We've got 13 points, I think it was, because of that stupid drop point against Galatasaray. Was it 13 or 14? It was decent. We won the group. We got Barcelona, so... Morten Gams Pedersen. Yeah. His name's Morten Pedersen, but, you know, impossible not to sign this guy. I've moved him into the first team squad because I feel like him and the guy I'm about to show you are going to be the backups this year for Carp. Right, let's get back off that. And then, this was the Togolese guy, Richard Akakpo Bukhari. Got it right this time. So he's in as well. He's rubbish, but cheap anyway. So Bose came bottom of their group, unfortunately. They did win away at Feyenoord on the final day, but Brann beat Sparta Prague on the final day as well, and that then led them bottom. But it did gain us points. And Dundalk won their group with 15 points. No, 16 points. Dundalk won 5, drew 1, and won their group by 5 points. Or was it 6 points? They smashed it. So they're going straight through to the second round of the knockouts of the Europa Conference League. I'll show you the coefficients in a second as well. Yeah, the amount of times I've called him Bukaki. And finally, probably the most exciting one is the new Dorin. It's Dorin Niekshu, who is a Romanian left-back from, would you believe it, Farul Constanța. Imagine. He's an amazing. Have I stolen any? No, not one. I've not... It's happened to me once since that feature was introduced, so I don't think it's likely to happen at all. So, yeah. So, Bose were in the Europa League, and Dundalk were in the Europa Conference League, because they just were. It was really weird. They got knocked out very easily by PAOK in the Champions League, then dropped down and got beat by Lausanne, and it just ended up with them, and it did help that Bose got a really easy draw. Their playoff round game to get to the group stage of the Europa League was Zalgiris, so it was fairly easy for them. Hey, Ollies! Farrell are amazing. The amount of players we've signed from Farrell is incredible. It's just, and look at how good he is. He's 18 years old. Him and Pedersen are going to be rotating options for, bloody hell, for Carp this year. Because I sent Oliveira back to Liverpool because he's crap. He has been abject. Remember how bad he was in the Champions League final? Change his contract. Whose contract? Whose contract am I changing? Is there no miss there? Impact sub. Kaharski doesn't play for us at the moment. I think we're good. Like, he will get games because of the sheer amount of fixtures we'll get. So Niescu will get games as a regular starter because we're going to need him to, honestly. Karp's not going to be able to play all the time. We should be able to keep him fairly happy with that. And worst case scenario, I can just tell him to pipe the fuck down. Someone has a minimum fee. Yes, that'll be him. So Niescu has the £15.5 million release clause. My hope is that we wait 6 months, get him a new deal, and then we can put in all the clauses that we want and get rid of that. Or at the very least, make it so obscenely high that it's not a problem. No, in Ireland, there are no rules. The only rule in Ireland is that any player that is non-EU has to be on £300 a week minimum, which, yeah, basically nothing. The left back, yeah, he did. So that's what I showed you. But we can take that out. We just wanted to get him over the line. That was our like big brain play from last stream. Get him in cheap now, then take it out after 6 months. The only rule is there are no rules. Exactly. Oh, real player. What's up? That's a long name. Elijah. Hang on. Anawuluwapo. Uluwafarami. Uluwato. Every single name has that Olu sound in it, interestingly. That is an extremely long name. What goes on his shirt? It'd be Adebayo or Elijah, wouldn't it? That's pretty sick. Is that just Elijah Adebayo? I'm guessing that's probably what he goes by. That's kind of sick, though. Man has many names. Big fan. He's ex-full. Ah, that's where I recognize the Elijah Adebayo part. Right, okay, yeah. That rings a bell now. That's why I zeroed in on those 2 bits, other than because they were at the very end. Good enough for the Lone Army. Most of the time, it's just, are they cheap? Honestly. You'll find a few... We can kind of run through this today. Because we're going to be finding a lot of people for that exact thing. Well, then it actually becomes a lot easier, Henry, because if I have a concept, generally speaking, that eliminates, I would say, 99.9% of clubs. So, for example, say the concept is Fallen Giants. That really eliminates so many teams that you're left with only a few. And then at that point, I just pick one I fancy, honestly. It doesn't come down to much more than that. It's how I picked Red Star originally for my Trevennis Vesta stave back in the day. Naming tradition. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Not only players. Well, there should be players, you'd expect. But it is weird that that's the case. Oh, look. Ali Tekin. I think we've won the league 15 times. The board, we haven't been allowed to get Farrell. I actually specifically looked at Romania last time around to see what clubs it would let us have, but Farrell wasn't one of them. I think the best club in Romania we could get was Sepsi, and they just don't actually have the best facilities, comparatively speaking. In a row. Don't know about in a row. Something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in a row, 15 in 16. Well, that's going to happen, isn't it? We all know that's about to happen. So annoying that we couldn't sign him when he had an £11 million release clause. But life goes on. So their best players, are any of them domestic? They are. Okay, cool. So there are some domestic players. There's obviously Iwamoto, who's that outrageous player that we found a few years ago, but then obviously went to PSG. Now Porto. They've got this guy, Yoshiyuki Akama, who's at Kawasaki Frontale. Solid. So the clubs clearly are producing players, especially Kawasaki Frontale. In fact, while we're here, there's still not a lot of them, though. Japan seems to be struggling. I wonder if there's always been a few issues with FM and Japan, so I do wonder if that's possibly a factor in it. It feels like in my other save, there's tons of Japanese players, but that was started slightly later than this. So maybe that's a reason. There's definitely been at least one update in between. Maybe your first season up now with facilities. Unfortunately not. Not as far as I know, anyway. There isn't like a way of tracking that beyond the obvious. That's all fine. Recruitment meeting, we do that. We don't care about that. Weirdly, we're actually a couple of days in, and this is the first offers I've had for our players. So, standard kind of shit, as always. We just stall. And we stall, we go from there. Paste that motorbikes. You can see it in club history, can you? Oh, landmarks, true. So there's facilities. But it won't tell you, it will just say that they've been upgraded. It won't actually tell you what level they've been upgraded to. So you can see that the last time we were able to do a youth facility upgrade was 5 years ago now. So Not 5, 4 years ago. And it is a bit weird. And prior to that, it was another 4 years. No, 6 years in between that. Does that mean we have to wait until 2041 before they'll let us do another one? Grayed out players bug still exists. Which bug? As in the one with the youth intakes that was in FM21? Most likely. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. We're also working on the new stadium expansion right now. So our stadium will be 20,000 soon, which is pretty fucking sick. I'm a big fan of that. I don't think there's anything on the finances other than when Mike Murphy took over, but that was 13 years ago now. And honestly, it's not entirely gone well since then. God, it's nuts actually that Regan Booty was captain for like, what, 12 years? Jesus. That might be the maxed out. It's certainly very close to it, which is a shame. Ah, my camera's frozen. GG. I've ordered a new USB hub. It looks like I'm picking my nose, doesn't it? Because the one on the back is completely broken, which is phenomenal. So I've actually got my headset mic plugged into the back of the PC at the moment. Oh, dear. Using tech. Wait, I suspect that something's... I know they said they fixed it, but I've definitely still noticed some issues, but it might just be because Japan. Bart was captain as well for 4 years. Was he? Oh, I didn't see that. That would make sense. I guess Bart was captain after Booty, wasn't he? Reach up there. Yeah, got to lobotomize myself right on stream. That's the play. I don't think we're going to be in any trouble to lose players this window. So we're playing as Treaty United Oxford of the League of Ireland. And yeah, I don't know how I can really expand on that, but that's who we're playing as. They start in the second tier. They're a brand new side that only entered the league last calendar year, basically. So they were formed from the ruins that was Limerick FC. If you want to know more about the save as a whole, we actually have a video I made. I know. And there's also a TLDR there in the text too. What we're trying to do is make Ireland the best league in Europe, which is difficult, as you can imagine. Okay, so I'll just grab an under-19 report on them. I wasn't expecting their first team to be any good, but you just never know. Oh, yes, good point. So I know some of you arrived a bit late for this. So yeah, I'm currently in the process of extending his contract. Hopefully he'll agree to it, and it's a 5-year extension, and it's not on the 75 grand a week that we were looking at before. So it'd be well worth the money for us. Right, okay. So these guys are only available because they're listed for loan, I suspect. You're £50 million, as good as you might be, which honestly is not very. He's fine, but we have better players than that in our midfield. That's kind of sad. And the same with this guy here, honestly. 30 million quid. I'm just going to discard these guys because I don't see much point in us keeping these constantly coming through our scout reports now when we're not going to be able to do much with this information. Yeah, good that they didn't sell him. I didn't want to sell him anyway, you know that. So Ferreira, I don't think we need this guy anymore. Now that we've signed the guy from Porto, he was my backup, and I think Choi is way better than Ferreira. And he's also got a groin strain, but who cares about that? So I think he can pretty much go as well. But I just didn't want to remove them until we had a chance to look at them. And the same here with David Bellets. Solid. Not the quickest. Good acceleration, but also the price range is just absolutely absurd. So for me, again, big no. Ah, now we're talking. Oscar Jespersen. Don't know much about him, but it's still worth a look, right? 1.8 million. Midtjylland won't talk to us probably because contract. He might be a background the carousel type of player, honestly. NA, yeah, let's find out why. What do you reckon? I reckon it's going to be the either new contract or would prefer a loan because reasons. Yeah, new contract. That's fine. That happens. Doesn't mean he won't talk to us. Wait, Al sad. So that you get to be all sad. Leaf. That's why. Okay, we'll just send him back round the loop. Purple. Could be. Ivan Borjalot. Striker. Agent offer. Interesting. So this isn't even one we found. That's brand new. 2.2 million. Croatian. 6 foot tall. Finishing solid. Composure might be a bit lacking. Heading's very bad considering that he's allegedly good in the air-ish. Getting crashed yesterday. Oh dear. That's bizarre. That's not happened to me. Well, not when it wasn't something I specifically did. Till he's found a backup. It's true. It's just true. I never tried it. You know I won't, but people just say it, you know. It's just the way I play the game. He's definitely a back around the carousel. We need like a carousel emote or something, don't we, for the next step on these. João Falcao. Well, he's got pedigree, if nothing else. Oh, he's not quick. And he's got an abdominal strain. For me, he costs loads of money because he's Porto. His physicals aren't there. I know he could improve with time, but he's very slow. And you know how important pace is for a striker, as we've seen. For me, he's a discard as well. Now, this is the guy we were just looking at from Olympiacos. If only he had a left peg. If he had a left peg, I think he'd be awesome. but we don't need any more right midfielders.
Oh, yes,
And
very
with
strong.
no left foot at all,
They are
I just don't
building it
trust him to
now.
play that role. Unfortunately, Callum Potts, thank you very much for the follow. He's very expensive. A regen face, because some of them are very young, so I haven't run the Z-Gen thing over them just yet. You'll notice that some of the ones that are like 16, 17 might not have faces yet. Mukul, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, for me, he's just not... We're never going to need him, are we? Can't we just swap his legs over? Exactly, he'd run a bit weird. He'd run like Garincha, but that's fine. These guys are all at PSG and Porto again. And why are they all injured? Why are they all fucking injured? Okay. Ooh, 20 years old. FC Copenhagen.
With over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
I don't know. Alfie Weston, thank you very much for the follow. Tom down a free. Was there a free guy down there? Ooh. Okay, yep, we'll get to that. Intriguing. No jumping reach, but that's not super important. He's definitely a right back. Tackling could be okay. 20 years old. He would cost a fair whack of change, though.
You see this?
Arsenal to depends on what type of save you're interested in, honestly, Callum. I'm terrible at giving save recommendations because it really would just depend heavily on what type of save you want to do, really. Because I have very different tastes, I suppose. I'm weird, basically. Isaac, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well. I think we send him back around maybe, but I feel like he would just be one of those players that would be too expensive for what we would potentially get back from him. We need like an algorithm, like age versus price versus attributes versus all these things. No FM kink shaming here. Exactly. This is a safe space. You know I love me a 6'4" Serbian centre-back, as I once again fell short of my fetish last night with Nordic Nomads when I signed exactly that. But he's good. Just lost a great Pegler run because the Rock took the wand of... Oh, no. Yep. I was on a massively good run yesterday. Thought I've got no chance at not completing Crucible 5 here. And I ran into a boss that I always beat. And I just got absolutely fucked because the order of the orbs was so bad. It just did not work out well for me at all. Mukul, thank you so much for the tier 1. Wow, welcome aboard, my friend. That is so kind of you. I don't know why that didn't pop up properly. That was really odd. Div Grant Music as well. Thank you very much for the follow. Why didn't that pop up? There it is. That was odd. It came through like the wrong order. Ah, dear. Thank you so much, though. That's super, super duper nice of you. Welcome aboard. So Marko Vulic, 20-year-old centre-back. Not that good enough. No. So I think target men can be, but they still need I think you either have to be really good in the air or really good on the floor. You can't be... What you don't want... I feel like what the match engine really doesn't like this year is that striker who's got like 13 pace and decent finishing and composure. It doesn't seem to like... It doesn't like Jan Vostarek or Novakovic. It either wants a guy who's got decent... Like, it either wants that 6'5" guy with 17 jumping reach and decent finishing and composure and nice heading to go with it. Or it wants that guy with no ability in the air, but like fucking 18 pace. That's what it wants. Oh my god, Mukul. Oh my god, thank you. Good god. Hang on. Follows, subs, and gifts 5 subs within the space of 5 minutes. What the hell? Thank you so much, my friend. That is unbelievably nice of you. Welcome to the what's the word I'm looking for? Welcome to the community. I hate saying that. It feels really cringy. But still, 699. There you go. We got 699. Was that? Hang on. So, coming back to my earlier of they eating ass chat, 699 implies that the third person's just sort of laying there like, yes. That's third wheel. To me, 699 is the ultimate third wheel. Right? Can I get an amen? Muka with the gifted sub to Damien, our resident Dodger. He's got it. There you go. Thank you. Wow, 700. That's insane, chat. To the Slick Daddy Club. I can't even say that out loud without being a little bit sick in my belly. Thank you so much, Mukul. That's so damn nice of you. Wow, thank you. Another person on top squishing the bottom person. In my head, and I realise this is a terrible insight to give, they're sideways on. Like, think blue is the warmest colour. So they're just chilling. 2 people. He's in the cupboard in a Superman outfit. Wow, no, seriously, that's super duper nice of you. Thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate it. I'm sure chat do too. That's very kind. How are you? How's your day going? Pegging the other night. True. Or you could be Peglin the other night. I cannot recommend that game enough. I think this guy's fine. And I think setting him back round again. 9 is the cameraman. didn't think about that. Think outside the box, chat. Right, get rid of you. Facundo Chazareta. 18, but that potential seeding and the price that he'd probably have to... Ooh. He's got food poisoning. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Side by side in the 6s, the could be, yeah. Brushing a knife against his stomach. Oxafool, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think there's a few things about Peglet. So I feel like Crucible 5 is too difficult. I think the step up between 4 and 5 is too hard. Removing one of the crits and one of the refreshes at the same time, for me, is too much of a jump for essentially one level of difficulty. I think if they got rid of one at that point, like a random one, I think that would make it a slightly more interesting incline. And there's still a few things that are a little bit balked. He is good, but I don't know if I'd want to pay too much money for him, honestly. He's not very good strength. He's injury prone. There's a lot of negative things that I would normally ignore if there was a really good player underneath, but I'm just not sure that I think he'd be worth it. He's got quite a lot of cash. I just don't think he's the type of signing I want to make. I feel like we'd be... let's have a look. See how much they want. If it's like 2 million, maybe. I just think it's too much. I know I could get that down to like 3 or 4, but to me, I don't really want to drop 4 million on this guy when we could get better cheaper, honestly. I just don't... I think for that kind of price, he's just a full-on red arrow for me. There's just too many things I don't like. I think there's better players out there. We'll discard him. What about this guy? I think it's the same problem, isn't it? Pablo Coelho Luis. He's very, very slow. Injury prone again. Probably cost even more money, in fact. In fact, he might not even want to sign for us. I mean, minimum of 3.6. For me, it's a similar issue with him. They're those players that we'd have been probably interested in a few years ago, but now just simply can't, really, I'd say. So specifically, we're not looking for any particular positions, but if we could find a left-sided winger, that'd be lovely. Loan farm, not for £6 million. I'm not paying 6 million quid for a loan farm player. To me, if I'm paying £6 million for them, I want to see that they're going to potentially be a first teamer for us one day. Like, for me, I'm not spending more than about 2.5 million on a loan farm player. Ender Chalon, obviously, is the next-gen striker. He's absolutely filthy, but like 18 million quid on a position that we already have covered quite well, and he lacks the key things. He's not particularly quick, and he can't finish. Everything else is amazing about him, but I wouldn't want to spend 18 million quid, and he's already on 27 grand a week at Galatasaray. So let's see how much he'd want here. 50 to 70,000. Just not a thing. Also, look at all this shit. There's no way. It's just not the sort of player we want, really. I mean, he was number 1 on the next gen for 2 consecutive seasons. And maybe if we'd got him when he was cheap-ish from Göztepe, maybe. But, yeah, not for me. Player gets a single. Of course I feel proud. Unless it's my player, because then that's bad. And we don't want that. Thiago Caldas. Left back. Solid-ish. 5'3". Wow, he is a small boy. Mercenary. Don't know how much I like that. Breakthrough prospect. He's got good mentals, actually. To be fair. But not hit. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. It's just the price is just too much. He is very... Oh, yeah, he's very slow, isn't he? Doesn't enthrall me. Right, let's have a look at Tom Day since he's free. Hang on, wait, he's not free, is he? Oh, I see. Fuck me. Wait, what? He's just joined Hearts. Permanently. Look to getting a young CM. Who? Days have we played through? Do you mean in total or just on stream today? Because the answer to stream on today is 1. I think it's an old scout report. It's weird that it'd be an old scout report, though, because it's... Hearts have made some outrageously good signings doing that already. Why did it say that he was free, though? Surely the whole point of him being in my scout report here is that this is the latest scout report. So it's weird that they have such outdated information. Last scout... Hang on. Acquired information from Ada. That was me. So player last scouted on the 2nd of June. So then why did he turn up in my scouting inbox then if he was not... Stuff like that is kind of irritating to me. And I wish there was a way you could filter that out. If the report isn't brand new, why am I seeing it? It's not on my shortlist. I've not told anybody to keep an eye on him. If it's not a new report of some sort, why am I seeing it in my scouting inbox? Oh, they properly prick teased us there, didn't they? Crack on, Mughal. Set out and save, and I have won the league in the last 4 seasons. My finances still seem to go negative every season. So, I mean, basically, I don't know what the TV money and prize money is like in France. It's been a while since I've managed there. It could be a recruitment meeting. Actually, good point. Yes, it could be. Hadn't thought about that. The key thing, really, when it comes to building any kind of financial backing is you have to try to look for young, cheap players. So going to places like Eastern Europe or South America, finding those players that have good value and high potential that you can see, bring them through, and then if you are forced to sell them, make sure you get things like 50% of next sale fee clauses. Not because you're going to actually wait for the clause to expire, but because you can sell the clause to the club, usually for an insane whack of change. That's generally speaking how you start going about building money up, really. You used to be able to do it quite well with friendlies, but I feel like in a position like Saint Etienne, you're probably not going to get much from that, and it really is going to be about building what I like to call a youth conveyor belt. So every year, bringing in those 7 or 8 young players from other clubs around the world, and then just building it out from there. It takes a few years to set up, though. That's the thing. Yeah, so that's not happening, which is a shame. He'd have been a great signing if we'd have got him. Would have given us some competition there. Fabian Favaro, £7 million, Swiss, Mezzala. Okay. It's the wages. 20 Swiss caps. Like, he's good, but remember what our midfield currently looks like. 300 free transfer. I don't know how well that works for us, but we're going to find out, actually, because we've got some players who are going to be expiring their contracts at the end of the year, and they're out on loan. I'm hoping like Rastislav Sluka, who's been on loan for 7 years. Only 16k. Did it? Oh. Maybe. But do we want do we need another centre midfielder right now? Let's ask. Let's check. Only just joined his new club. So this is basically the... What? That would have been months ago. So are our recruitment team just bringing me old transfers of players that we can't afford to buy? Another reason why recruitment meetings are a stupid feature that should never have been introduced because it doesn't fucking do anything. Except stuff like that. Ah, dear. So that must be stuff from recruitment meetings. That's what it has to be. Because I just said send it to my inbox, so that's why these have come from. Really dumb, though. Really, really dumb. Hey, here's a 6-month-old transfer report about a player that's already moved clubs. Superb. League rep still 12. Yes, that won't change until the summer. Oh, dear. Oh, no worries, Mughal. Thank you so much. Let me know how it goes. I'm curious now. Updating on the players by telling them to sign for other clubs, but not with new info. That's true, but by that point, I would have the question of both to them in real life and also to SI, why do I care? Why is that information pertinent to me in any way? And if that was the case, maybe have a flag on it that tells you that then. So when I hover there, it says, player has just joined a new side or something. Just little things like that are what could really improve the quality of life in this game, you know? They basically got sold it. Do you reckon they signed him off CFAX? They were just watching teletext and thought, oh, that's a cool name. He signed for PSG. We know PSG. We beat him in that cup final that one time. And then goes from there. Ah, dear. We've already managed to get rid of... Hang on. What if there's a filter for it? We already got rid of one amazing thing. Let's have a look. See if there's anything in here. Because it doesn't differentiate where they've come from. Recruitment team. I'm going to... Wouldn't it be awesome if these flags that you see here were what was shown to the right of the thing, so you know exactly why that player is in your in your scouting inbox at that exact moment? How sick would that be? Because they clearly know that information and they have the ability to flag it. But wouldn't it be so cool if that recruitment meeting? Yeah, but that's... I'd actually still want to see players from the recruitment. They do sometimes get you players. It's just weird that you can't filter much beyond that. Recruitment package... Yeah, weird.
Cooper,
oh well, we
do
move.
not hate me.
Larksha, thank you very much for the follow.
600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Particularly, as I'm fairly certain it does show it in here, doesn't it? In some way. Yeah, it does at the top. Why not just have that on here? Why not allow me to add a column that says, like, not reason, but like, do you know what I mean? Just some kind of text, some kind of context would be amazing on a screen like this. Particularly as the game clearly has that knowledge already. Weird. It's stuff like that would just be so sick. And I don't feel like that would be too particularly difficult to add. Franz Heller is the Manchester United goalkeeper, actually. Bloody hell, he's good. He's a little bit amazing, isn't he? I mean, he's the kind of keeper that, I mean, not that it helped them not get knocked out of the Champions League, but that's a different side. That's a totally thing entirely. One more treaty. Yes. No, we've won the league title. We've won all the domestic trophies multiple times. We've won the Europa League and the UEFA Super Cup. And we've already lost the Champions League final. But that kind of concludes our European adventures so far. How much did they pay? 62. That's still a good price. Although Stuttgart, more like Stonksgart, 140 grand they paid for him. 4 years later, Man United, 62 million quid. See, that's the kind of transfers you need to make, basically. If you can do transfers like this, or even semi like this on the regular, you will have a lot of money knocking about your club. These guys, I feel like, are just a little bit where a little bit older, a little bit not wiser, and a little bit just a bit for me. We move. Oh, I bet Leipzig feel like mugs, and I bet we all enjoy that. Oh, imagine if they did. Even if it was like 5%, man. Take that, you energy drinks. I would say I feel personally attacked, but I haven't had an energy drink this year. Joe Exotic's last name. Maybe. Maybe he's finally grown up, become a football player. Second, yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Although, but hey, I call it how I see it. I spent most of this save guide. Could have signed that guy. Oh my lord, here we go. So yeah, our current crop of loan players is still pretty stacked, and they're all relatively good ones too. I mean, some of them are obviously still at foreign clubs most of the time, but there's still a few in here that are. You still got all the Dundalk guys are still. No, the save won't finish when we win the Champions League. That's not the goal of the save. Oh, good, sweet Jesus. They always start so low. Several staff members, new contracts, new contracts, new contracts. That's fine. Mulder, all right. Show me what you've got, Moldy boys. Ole Gunnar Fjortov Lervik. What a beautiful combination of names. Not bad, Metsala, actually. Maybe the lack of finishing there. Maybe worth a quick scout. Well, great name, though. A lovely combination of both the Ole Gunnar part of it and the Fjortov Lervik. Hey, the Groovy Gamer. Hibernation. What does that entail? What does hibernation entail as a Wrexham supporter these days? Just hoping the world will go away. We've all been there, I suppose. He is, in fact, at the wheel. True. Haven't won the Conference League, no, and we never will. But hopefully another Irish side will. That's my hope. Hopefully it's Dundalk this year. New contracts for everybody else. Hey! Classy Netneck will join us as a coach. Oh, that's the dream. And now the dream has come true. Hang on. I'm trying to get away from the wife watching men in uniform. Can I hide here? What's she do? Is it like a fireman's parade I'm not aware of? Because if so, link me. That sounds hot. Hey, shrimps. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Callum. I don't know how they lost that game, but it was a good game, is what I would say. Transfer target tonight is basically anyone we like, but maybe a particularly left-sided player if we could. Could you jubilate? Never heard of it, mate. Day off? No. Right, okay. First things first. Straight on the coaching course. Because he's only a National B licence, so there's a lot we could do with him. Plus, it's classy Netneck. How could we not have him as a coach here? I love that he was just available. New deals for pretty much everybody. Right, what about Bodder? What we saying, buddy boys? Jesse Dupont. What a cool name. I guess it'd be Jesse Dupont. But not for us. Go to their under-19 side. Right, scouting update. Oh, I think some of these are new ones because... so this is why I like team reports. This is one of the good things about them. Even if you don't scout their under-19 side when you do a team report, your scouts will still look at them and drop any kind of interesting players like these two here into your thingy. Is Gimme McGuinness a nickname? I believe so. It must be, surely. Timmy McGuinness. Yeah, we changed his name to Gimme McGuinness. That was a long, long time ago. Men in uniform and horses. Firemen ride horses now? I know. I was like, it's a nice day. It's actually, I was really looking forward to stream today, you know? Hatching in the Youth League final. Hang on, who did? Who scored the hat-trick in the Youth League final? Is this a player I need to look at? Because I'm totally up for that. You two... Axel Fagerheim. Oh, the new coach. Oh, he did, didn't he? Yes. remember getting sent a clip of this amazing overhead kick he scored too. He's kind of intriguing. More information required on those two, I'd say. Ugland is one we need to take. He's fully scouted. He's rated B-. I think we need to have a look at Evan Ugland, right? What are we saying on this guy? So Ireland are currently sitting 12th, looking at good run at 11th this season in the league rankings. We currently have a budget of 60 million. Well, technically our transfer budget is 55 million. But we're also selling a guy for 5 million. But we can't spend all of the money. Yet. Because we have to make sure we remain rich. Oh, it's 14 jumping rich isn't bad. It's just... good consistency. Good on both feet. Only 19. Play the white off. Yeah, they have for ages. Which is kind of funny. How do we get so much money? Basically through sales, and mostly from Champions League, honestly. Like, we reached the Champions League final last year, and you'd be amazed how much money you can get from doing that one year. Talk about an old lady on the news. Oh, I don't know. Joanna Lumley. I love Joanna Lumley. I just think she's so... I don't know. Just when she's in films, they're just infinitely better. She's amazing in Wolf of Wall Street. Good personality. Price. I think price is important here, right? Would I pay 5 million for him? No. Would I pay 2.5 million for him? Probably. Maybe, if I structured it the way we like to. His value would shoot up when he joins us too, is what I'd say. She's so lovely. Good work. Don't have the patience. It does take a lot of patience. I don't know if I could do this save if I wasn't actually streaming it. It's doing content makes me able to stay way more invested in saves because I feel like it's a group project almost. That's what I kind of like about it. Could be a solid loan farmer. I feel like his value is basically 2 million because I don't see him. And if he does get them, the reason I like the 50% of the 50 league games clause that we have is because if they get the 50 games, then they were worth that extra 1.2 million pounds. And if they don't get the games, then you don't have to pay it because that only counts when they play for you, not loans. And the international appearances thing is basically nothing. The rest of us doing fuck all. Exactly like a group project. I might just... The wages will be key, I think. If there's a wage issue, then maybe it's slightly different. Right, Marcus Meyer, a bodder. Striker extraordinaire, no finishing. He is kind of quick, though. Only 19. He's kind of intriguing, honestly. As an advanced forward, maybe for the loan farm, particularly as the high end here is 2.8, which makes me think that we could get him for like 1.5, maybe. Mentals aren't spectacular, but he's only 19. Balanced personality. He's got the pace, which I do like out of a striker. Good dribbling. Composure's solid. Let's check the agent. That seems like more than I was... Actually, it's only a little bit more in it. Let's see. Only commentary for the domestic games. No, so what I do basically is... When we're playing domestic games, we just do it like normal. Obviously, you're on key highlights. But sometimes we'll insta-result matches if we're desperate to get something done on that stream. And then there's a certain segment that I do off-stream. Because it's boring, basically. And that's the bit when, after we're knocked out of Europe, before we go back into Europe, basically, I always do that bit off stream. Because that way, there's always a topic on hand. So we don't have a reserve team, so it wouldn't apply to us. But I believe it only counts if they play for the first team. And it doesn't even count if they're out on loan. Not homegrown. Yeah, but I've given up caring so much about homegrown this day, at the moment, because we've got so many homegrown players already. Obviously, I still want to find guys that are, but I'm no longer, like, so militant about it. Let's have a look. It can't hurt to have a little gander at him, right? I would pay $1 million, provided I was able to do the 50 league games thing again. This might be too much. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on a minute. That's way more than I was just offering you. What is this? $2.5? Fuck that. I love it when they come back with a deal when you're negotiating with them, where the original offer is like X amount, and then you negotiate with them, and then they come back with a higher amount. It's like, I don't think that's quite how that works. But that is really balked, I've noticed, whenever you try to stuff that in there. They really do like stiffing you on it. But oh well, I guess Marcus just staying at Bodder. Enjoy the frozen north. Plus, we've actually got a few more lads that are going to become homegrown. You'd be amazed how many of our guys are considered homegrown at this point. It's brilliant. Going to do tomorrow, the bank holiday. I'm going to work. Just as I am today. What about you? Central midfielder, 19, annoyingly, but whatever. You, we can kind of let go for the moment because we're already kind of dealing with you. Good passing. He's a weird one. Physicals are a little bit... It's the physicals that worry me on him a little bit. Mentals are a bit all over the shop. There's some good ones, but also some a bit iffy. He's just a bit all over the place. I think if I knew more about him, I'd be able to make a better assessment of whether I'd actually want to pay for him. Like, I see some good stuff in there. Like, he has great passing, great vision, teamwork, work rate is solid, determination is high, and a good personality to go with it. It's just a question of, I think you just need more information on him. To be honest. They do look good, and that's what we want for our midfielders. Skarmutsos. What a great name. Scaramouche. Can you do the Skarmutsos? 17, but would be way more expensive. Minimum potential. Ah, yes. I always set mine to C. For the ones they bring me. Obviously, different for the other ones. Stream tomorrow. No, not streaming tomorrow, no. I only stream on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays. I don't think he's that great, honestly. And he won't talk to us, presumably because new contract. Nestor Lobos. Right side player. Okay. River Plate. Oh, no. He's never going to be that great, is he? Unambitious personality, low determination, not that quick. Good acceleration, potentially. He's just a bit meh, isn't he? Fully meh. I don't even want more information on him. Nothing they're going to tell me is suddenly going to make him like him. Johan Erlen... I thought his name was Void for a second there. Just a hole where a player should be. Very cheap is what I would say about him. Although we don't know how old the scout report is, so... 73k. Is he worth trying to plump 50 grand on? Even at the current state. Just dump 50 grand on him, provided he doesn't want too much in wages. Because I do like a cheapy boy like this. For the load file. Oh yeah, not for us. Yeah, if they want less than 100k. $72 grand. For violence. Oh, even better. Johan Erlen Violence. £72,000 is just... For us, that's basically nothing. He's £61 million. He's 5 million quid and... kind of average. He's okay, but he lacks that physical presence side. But good on both feet. Low self-belief, which is kind of the problem, I think, with him. He's just not... He costs too much, and I don't think he'd have the development cycle we want out of him. Cool. We're moving. We're signing players, hopefully. Right, let's see what these contracts look like. Airline violence. What about you? Just curious. Ooh, we can get that down a bit. Okay, this is fine. Ugland. Bracery prospect, perfect. 1.9 to 2.9. Let's see. 3. Classic. He's Norwegian, though. So we get rid of that. I can slap like a 10k. Knock that down to like 2. Bump that up. Slap him with a boat. Relegation release clause. Boom. That's fine. 8-year contract. Wage rise is there. That's fine. 2k a week. It's worth it to have a punt on him. That's fine. What about Vold? He'll be even easier to deal with, I suspect. Youngster, loan development, that's all good. The average day in the life. But you're kind of looking at it, really. This is the average day in the life, really. Can't wait after international appearances. So if that ever happens, check to make sure that there's not a clause that says they'll get a wage bump when they make a certain amount of league games. You can't have both of them at the same time in a contract. That's why if it doesn't appear, I always take out the other one. Okay. Yep, loan is fine. We'll be able to get him down to basically nothing. See there, it's listed there. So we'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. Hit him with that. He's never going to play for Norway. £600 a week, and you'll like it. No. Whoa, what am I doing here? That was bad. Relegation release clause. Day in the life. Maybe when we move, The more stuff, because that I think it'd be more interesting then, because I get to show you like a new setup. Because I don't know if you guys, I mentioned this on Tuesday. Pog and I have a house viewing next Wednesday. Yeah, so that's exciting. First one in like 6 months. That'll do. Yep, £600 a week, 8 years, lovely. Yeah, I do spend most of it just staring at Joe Bryan. In fairness, what bloody hell, that was fast. Man agreed to the contract in less than an hour. I think I've offered him some good goods there. There you go, bud. So we got friendlies coming up there. That's all good. Taser leaves us on the 18th. Violently fast. Hopefully. Violent by name, violent by nature. Wow, he's dreadful. But he's not that dreadful. Attribute-wise, he's actually kind of solid for a lone farm team. No joke. He'd actually do a job for several teams in this look. That means top flight quality player. So for me, that's actually fine. We paid virtually no money for him. He's the type of guy that could end up on loan for like the full 8 years of his contract here. And that's exactly what I want. Loan offer. He's Norwegian, so we've got no problem there. Targets, Republic of Ireland. Nice. Off we go. Bill the low side for his name. Yeah, it does. It do be a bit low, honestly, but life goes on. Oh, hang on. Classy Netneck. Yes, there we go. So Classy Netneck's going to get himself some cheeky coaching qualifications, which would be lovely. They're really positive and then fuck you at the end. So it's the same land. Sorry, not the same landlord. The same letting agency, but they've actually been really good so far. Pacino, thank you very much for the follow. They were the same people that Em and I went to see. Not Em and I. Myself and my mum actually went to see a house in December last year that we didn't get, but it was much, much closer to that one. They've actually been really helpful. This letting agency understand my job and don't see it as a downside, basically. So they're the first ones that have not been wallopers about it. So every time I see a house come up with this particular letting agency, I'm like, yes, you seem to know what you're talking about. I trust you. So it was exciting. Plus, it's the exact same guy that we spoke to on the phone. So that's kind of sick. Cheeky coach. Ah, Legia. Nice. Have they got any more Kaharskis while they're... Oh, it's Stanisław Garnice. He's still there. I'm going to scout him again. He's one of those guys I nearly took a little look at. Well, they see it as a downside, because people are dumb, basically, Henry. It was essentially a case of some people are still stuck in the idea that this is not a real job. That money that comes from, you know, the fact that I pay taxes and do everything else that everyone else does somehow is not, like, yeah. It's weird. Most of that's faded away over the last couple of years, but some, particularly letting agencies, still seem to consider it like that. One literally said that they weren't going to consider my income when it came to selecting and putting us forward for property. So they were only going to take M's income. I'm like, do I just not exist to you? Am I a dot to you? Not consistent. Well, I mean, no income's consistent. Anyone could get fired tomorrow. It's such a nonsense argument when they bring that sort of shit up. If anything, it's more consistent. I am literally in control of when I stream and when I put videos out. It's, yeah. It's kind of dumb, isn't it? But hey, life goes on. It's like, I have tax returns. I can show you those. But, weird. It's very, very stupid. Clubs declined to make offer. They'll come back. He's at the Asian Cup at the moment. Didn't have a good game there, but they did win nevertheless. But that's exactly it. It's like, by that logic, no one who's self-employed can be considered consistent income. To a house for a week. No, we're renting a house like long-term letting, basically. I sack myself. I know, my boss, he's a dickhead. He is. Always swanning about with his Joe Bryan shirt on that you can't fit in. Getting Twitter cancelled. Oh, yeah, because, you know, chat, I tweet so fucking much, as you know.
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance. And
yeah,
have a lick
it's
me
really
garbles.
stupid to ignore it. But at the end of the day, that's fine, because there are clearly letting agencies out there that aren't trundling wallopers who I will give them my money instead. Oh no. At the end of the day, all they've done is lost out on money, so who's the real winner here? Skibby, thank you very much for the follow. Get M to open a company and hire me. Maybe I should hire her. She's my carer after all. 26 million for the donut. Why is your preferred destination Celtic? We were in a Champions League final, you donut. Hey, Skibby. Hiring your partner for a regular job. So just a little secret here. It was at the time. Now, Pogs had a promotion at work, so now it's like neck and neck. But at the time, it literally was a higher income. I was earning more than Pog at that exact moment. So, which made it even stupider. But there you go. I just have to wait for my OnlyFans to take off. Better chance of zero contract. Literally, yeah. Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? That is Net Classy. That is Classy Net. He's in. He's a new assistant. Also, new contract for Lubin Mihoff. It's happened. Good shit. God, I know, there's so many tweets. There's been like 3 this year, Clip. How are you ever going to cope with them? In fairness, one of them did bang massively, so I'll take that. Trundling wallopers. Yeah, sometimes I just go into weird places with insults sometimes. Do I have a company? No, not a company. I just file self-employment. There's no benefit to me currently having a company. It's much easier for me to just do it as a, not even a sole trader. Well, essentially a sole trader. But like, just file self-employment, normal, just standard taxes. My tweet efficiency is very high. True. I only tweet good things. Or just random shit about Turkish Delight. A reduced percentage. I wouldn't understand a reduced percentage at all. Why is money? Money is worth the same. Like, I think that any argument based on a reduced percentage is basically saying your job is not worth the same as someone else's job, which is nonsense. If you earn the same money, it's the same. But, yeah, it's still absolutely dumb. But as I said, there are other letting agencies out there that do. And most of them do. It's just this one particular one that were proper dickheads about it. Like, proper arseholes. Some of the shit they were trying to get us to jump through the hoops was outrageous. That was, do you remember, that was the same lot that said that they would be willing to put us forward if we had money in a savings account. But because the money wasn't at that exact moment in a savings account, it was in a current account, they didn't count that then. They were just looking for any excuse, weren't they? So, you know, it is what it is. Trust me, Henry, you don't have to be talented to do what I'm doing. Case in point, me. Didn't have a good time with move. Yeah, it's oh, we signed a new contract. Excellent. SYC Media Group. Yes, it'll be me and then Linus Tech Tips. Go on, the geek. They just didn't want it, and that's fine. I'll take my money elsewhere. I'll take my fake money elsewhere. My monopoly money. That's fine. He's gonna complain. No, he's not gonna complain. Not yet. He's not anyway, because it's not Real Madrid. And he's not going to complain either. They will eventually complain. Alright, so Uglin's in. Cool surname. I like that. Oh, he's going to complain. That's fine. Panelake Mate kicks up a fuss every single window these days. So we're just going to do that. Yeah. Every single window now, the same exact shit. And then he'll sign a new contract. It's actually an outright... Oh, actually... Well, his potential actually stayed pretty consistent. Alright, I'll take that. That's actually worked out better than I thought it was going to. Nice one. Still don't know if we'll get a loan for him straight away, but you've got to put him on the list, get him out there, start offering him out, see what happens. Nice. More money for random football tops. Well, technically it could be, but I daren't be the guy that's trying to write off football tops in a tax return. So I clicked the... Basically... The standard checklist when you have a player that's complaining about wanting to leave is firstly get other players to talk to them, which admittedly I didn't do because I was lazy, but usually you can get around that. Secondly, if they are a highly influential player, just tell them that and usually they're okay. But after that, it's kind of up in the air. Just come and die. Yeah, true. Have you thought about doing an NFT and crypto stream? Do you know what? I think I've thought about fucking everything else except that, and I definitely won't be doing that. I've been approached by so many crypto scams and NFT scam companies. It's just not a space that I'm ever going to put my feet anywhere near, honestly. Because it doesn't come across as anything other than money grab most of the time, because that's what it is. And I certainly won't be touching that shit with a... I wouldn't touch that with someone else's career, honestly. Reputation can come into it. As far as the... It could do, maybe, yeah. Second yellow coin. Surely it'd be something like Booty Coin, right? Or Doran Coin. Tromsø kit's near and death. I only have one Tromsø kit and I was down near death. Oh, dear. I do need to sort out the merch store. It's the next thing on the list, actually, at the moment, other than Red Zone. Ooh. Clues just never seem to have the good players that we're looking for, do they? It's always Farrell. Always Farrell, every time. It's the man who waxed his legs. I do have standards, Clip. Those are my standards. You know the line. Bangoshay, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Welcome aboard, my friend. I've said my friend too many times, my friend, but I will do the shout out. Boom. FM. Boom. Guys, do be sure to check out Bangoshay. Hopefully I spelled that right. Yes, I did. That was weird. There was a weird delay on that one. Just out as a scam. Right, so the reason I wouldn't do that either is because I do want sponsors. I just want legitimate companies as sponsors. A la Manscaped, for example, who've been great. And OneFootball. Like, those are sponsors I'm more than happy to work with because they're reputable companies. They've been good. They communicate well. That's the sort of companies I'm more than happy to take on. Wax's Legia, in a way, yes. A Somalian? Oh, I'm jealous of that. In the scouting loop. Oh, there's still loads. Oh, wait. Wow. We've really narrowed it down, haven't we? Holy shit. But that's 70s growth. Yeah, use code SYC at checkout. No, seriously. If you are going to buy Manscaped stuff, use SYC. They might upgrade the contract then. Ah, dear. Legitimate sponsors. I know, the worst. These guys won't talk to us. This guy's not actually that good. What he is, it's just same problems. And expensive. And we also have Vinicius. Actually, he's better than our last looks, to be fair. I literally won't. I don't know. I don't want to work with sponsors that I don't believe in their products. I like OneFootball as an app. I've used it already. So it was kind of like, hey. So if you discard them, it just means they won't come back through your scout reports over it. Again, essentially. Have a raid sponsorship. I don't. I have been approached several times by them, though. Or not by them directly, but by agents on their behalf, essentially. Fidel Martinez. Oh, I was expecting way better than that, honestly. Works on top of the offers. Yeah. Sorry, I should stress that. The 20% off that you get from me actually works on top of the initial offers that you also get on their website. So it's like double, as you say, double discount. It's really awesome. And I'm not blowing smoke at their ass here because they're not sponsoring stream content. It's legit. Those pants are insane. Oh, you're too late. It's fine. I'm sure there'll be someone else out there that wants to help out. But, the Trek. Yes, you're going to like this guy. There's a reason why he's shortlisted. That code again was code SYC at checkout for 20% or worldwide shipping. It took me way longer to actually, it took me 2 hours to prepare that segment. The Priestess has gone back to Farrell, amazingly. Do I have an agent? I do not have an agent, no. Most agencies would not be interested in a client like me, basically. I probably need to move YouTube networks. I think I need to find a better network that maybe does handle things on like a consulting and marketing side as well. Because my current network does nothing for me other than the obvious stuff. M is basically my agent, yeah. Not really, Quinn, no. That only works in the pre-game. Currently. Have Spurs won anything at all in this save? Imagine if there was a championship win in there. Apologies for Spurs here, but they appear to have won nothing in this save at all. Not a single cup. That's kind of sad, isn't it? How can you see? So how you can see whether they've been poached through your youth academy, it doesn't always show up, so it's not foolproof. But basically, you'll notice with Ilya Keating here, it doesn't show Treaty. Well, it does because he was on loan, but it doesn't show that he came through at Treaty. If you go to his biography, it will tell you that they began their career at Treaty United, even if they technically didn't, basically. Got like 120 quid off. Fucking hell, that's sick. Prove this message. The ball. What is that? So basically, the ball toner and because there's the crop reviver ball deodorant, which is awesome, and the ball toner is just kind of nice. I don't even know what to tell you. It's just nice. It's not the sort of stuff that I've really wouldn't have been that bothered by in the past, but I'm kind of like, now I understand it, if that makes sense. There's nowhere to find them, but you have to go in and do it manually every single time, basically. But yeah, that's how you do it. It doesn't always work either. I can't remember. Was it Ice Battler that found this? So these guys are just not really going to do much for us at this point, I don't expect. But what are you? Marcus Kurz. £8 million. Austrian. Feyenoord. Good tackling. He's intriguing. He's a tasty boy. That could be any number of any players. Does it make you feel special? You know, it kind of does, honestly. I've been trying to take a bit more care of myself from a physical reason. Like, both from exercise, diet, but also just from, like, wearing cologne and things like this. What's the shoe? Oh, God. Might as well be, honestly. It might as well be. I love that. Oh, dear. I remember the peak of the Copper 90 days, back when it was, you know, Derby days, and they had some cool hosts. Loved Copper 90. I see more of their stuff on TikTok than I do on YouTube these days, actually. So I don't know if that's even really worked in this save, Chevenol, but we'll have a look. Is it the Tunnocks one? That. Not seeing any, unless that just doesn't work in FM. Not seeing any Irish sides there. Weird. In fact, seeing no one except Scottish sides. Yeah, it might be that it just got balked or something. This guy, I want more information on him, but I actually am kind of intrigued by him a little bit more. There's also Massimo Honcho. Won't talk to us currently, annoyingly, but he's kind of intriguing as well. Away Days. Was it Away Days? Away Days is Ellis, wasn't it? I swear it was called Derby Days. Or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm just getting confused. Oh, whenever I think of Away Days, Away Days, I always just think of Ellis. More information. Although we kind of already know most about him, but he's just a bit isn't he? He's just a bit I think it wasn't just them. It was also, was it Ellie Mengum? I really liked him. Or Eli. Well, I don't know. I've never seen a team qualify for it, so I wouldn't have a clue. I actually forgot there was even a thing. We've never been asked to compete in it. Let's put it that way. Right, that's the thing, Golder. I had a shitty like facial razor before, and it was essentially half the time it would just turn to a fucking epilator. This does not seem to do that. Or if it does, I certainly haven't noticed it. It's much, much better. It's also kind of weighty. I know that sounds weird, but it feels... A lot of razors I find, they feel a bit cheap and plasticky. This one has a kind of weightiness to it that actually seems to... You seem to have more control. That sounds strange, but you do. Let's see. Jacob Vreina. I like him. I like him. I know Fickle. Yeah, that was Derby Days, yeah. You're interviewed in the Copper 90 episode. Nice. Yes, so bear in mind, as far as I'm aware, this is just like a test thing we're doing. Actually, I don't know, honestly, Icarus. I think it's like a test thing with the hope of maybe a longer-term contract, basically, is what it is, I suspect. Weekend! Thank you very much for the follow. You showed him on Hamburg. Nice. Yeah, he's nice. I like him. Quick, solid physicals. Really, really aggressive. Code Global, it is worldwide, as far as I know. SYC. Because it's worldwide shipping. Oh, wrong button. Has a minimum release clause. Hang on. We'll be interested in a low move instead. Let's just... What is his release clause then? Scatter required. Oh, okay. Hang on. It has to be 5.4 million, right? Does it say here? Close to this value. Close to this value. Just tell me what the release clause is, damn it. Let's just try off for them like 4 and a... Oh, fuck me. Alright. Let's try off for them 4 point... I forgot that you can't type. Yeah, sorry. I forgot that FM doesn't understand how keyboards work. I know it says... Close to this value. Yeah. We'll try that. I'm kind of interested. This was the guy I was really interested in. This is Milan Ketcha of Partizan. 18-year-old Serbian. He, for me, just feels like... Perfect trekkiness, right? Composure's a little bit maybe on the low side, but I like him a lot. Like a lot. Hello before Nord. Nord actually turned me down after approaching me, which was kind of weird. So Nord came to me and was just like, hey, would you like to do a sponsorship? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Then it got through to the point of them being like, what code would you like as your discount code? And so I told them, and then they went, oh, we don't want to work with you. And I'm like, what the fuck have you... Why'd you approach me then, you knobs? Very odd. He's a Star Trek. Last ketchup. Let's see. New contract. Okay, we could do loan permanent though. That would suggest that we could do the loan to the permanent thing with him. And I'd be tempted because I really like this guy. And I want to just sign someone today, you know? Someone that I'm like, yeah. I kind of like him. Maybe they didn't like the code. Could be. They were just like, SYC, what is this? Some kind of horrendousness? It was just code SYC. That's what I always go for when I have to give a code for anything, you know? Actually, first things first. Let's just try and put a bid in. Nord purpled me. You're right. Let's just see. All right. We could definitely work with that then. Definitely work with that. You're at Milan, but actually... more required, right? Surely. The other guy I really like is this guy, Rigel. Because he may not be an amazing centre-back, but I feel like just when you see a guy who's considered a natural libero or a natural ball-playing defender at like 17 years old with amazing mentals, solid-ish physicals, I kind of like him. I know he won't talk to us at the moment either. Nord weren't interested at this stage in their career. True. Very good point. Maybe they were the Nordic nomads all along. What's the situation with him? I actually had Nord for 3 years. Oh, it's a release course. Fuck it, we'll just trigger that too. We can always come back in and see what happens with these guys. I just want to try the first step would just be trying to put a bid in and see if we don't get purpled by them. Because sometimes we have broken through NAs before. So it's worth a crack. David Granville. He's another right-sided player. He's not even that good. It's just because Man United. Nord prefer a loan move in it. Actually, Noel's really cheap. But that's probably because youth contract. Imagine if we could wangle this, though. It's another loan move guy, you know. Ah, fuck. Hang on. Try again. How dare you? Send about with tries tricks. Hey, you love to see it, right? It's what you want out of a centre back. The fuck? Piss off. What? Are you mad, bruv? What? I've never seen a club do that before. Piss off. With your... Unless it's really large. 3.5. Are you shitting me? You... As fucking if. Why the hell would I do that? No, piss off, you mugs. That's insane. Right, I've got to... Okay, I guess we've got to put that in and then remove that as well. So we get that in there. Then remove and exclude. Buyback price. Remove and exclude. Try again. Fuck it. That was so weird. Still profit. Yeah, but fuck that. He's going to be worth... He'll be worth like 10 million the moment he joins us. Not that he will, because of course he will just sign a youth contract with them immediately. Jonathan Esquivel. Ah, no. 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 19 eccentricity. Yeah, no.
It's good.
Get out of here with that.
Summer.
David Varg. Thank you very much for the follow. We're having a fantastic Thursday. Yeah, no, not signing a goalkeeper with 19 eccentricity. Man's going to be doing, like, calisthenics on the crossbar. Man's going to be doing, like, dragon flags on the crossbar while we're being, like, in their final third. So, yeah, no, that's a no on you, bud. What about... Oh, it's Aris Mendy again. God, he'd be good. Look at the price. For 4.8 million. Edison in the making. This man has a full face tattoo of his own face. I like him. He has nice attributes. Only 20. That's probably a release clause. Only just signed a new contract. Okay. How much budget do we have left? 54 million. Fuck it, I'm just going to put a bid in. Like, oh, I'd sign someone for the lols, but not for £7 million. We've got German arse. So, excellent. Oh. No. I mean, he is just arse, isn't he? Emphatic arse. No, thank you, sir. Noel Miguel. Oh, we can have 2 different Knolls. He's a way more expensive Knoll, though. He's kind of good, but the price is a bit much. Maybe one more scout report on him. Stay rich, though. Oh, yeah, but remember, we also have £96 million in the bank. So as much as we can't spend all of that, we can still spend a good 20-odd million, 20, 30 million of it. And the only reason we're down to as low as that is because we had a tax bill, which was like 7 million quid or something outrageous. And then we lost a load of other money for some reason. It might have just been some of the transfers we'd pre-arranged joining us. Yeah, and the wage budget. Don't forget the wage budget. Like, that is... We could pretty much sign whoever we want at this point. And if we needed to cash in some extra cash, we've got the Traore money too. We don't know what constitutes rich. My guess is it's around about 60 million. So I don't want to go anywhere near it, really. That's my hope. And if we do, I want it to be outside of a window so we can get ourselves straight back into it. The one time I wouldn't mind testing it would be outside of a window where we know there's big money coming in so that we can dip below and then go back above. But so we know where the threshold kind of sits. This guy used to be at Midland, didn't he? No. Oh, there's a guy on my other save called that. It's kind of good too, actually. But 18, homegrown, would be potentially. Also, Pog, how's it going? We did have it dead on 700 at one point, Pog, but now it's back to 699. That's a sex number. Someone has fallen off. To be fair, it's because basically it does it in real time. So any subs that go out in at the same time, essentially. Yes, Pog. Regale me, love. What up, Big Chief? Let's have a look at his agent. Oh, stop signing new contracts, you plebs. Jesus. You found 2 nice dresses at work. Well, very nice. I hope you bought them. It's cold chill. Oh, my God. Gordo, thank you for the 10 freaking gifted. That's mental. It's not 6-9. It's 700. What the fuck, chat? That's ridiculous. It's June. And I don't think you understand how much this means to me. The fact that we're sort of literally halfway through a game cycle and there's enough interest in the content I'm making to have that kind of output on Twitch. I don't think you realize how much that means to me. It kind of makes me go, right, you're doing the right thing. That's awesome. And that makes me happy, you know? Div Grant Music, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. It'll come up in a minute, I promise. I'll do some preemptive sub-hype. In fact, we'll do some presents as well for Gordo. There it is! On this wonderful, blessed day. 710. Oh, dear. Owen Clough, thank you for the follow. To force you to fix your overlay to include 4 digits. Yeah, thankfully that's not a problem I think I'm likely to have,
this isn't where
Icarus.
I park my car.
Doing a building a nation for the Faroe Islands. You're from the Faroe Islands, David. That's amazing. I haven't. I have managed the Faroe Islands on stream before, but the rules were quite strict and it would be very, very difficult for us to get much traction with it, I suspect. Really, Johnny? That's awesome. What was it? I'm curious now. I'm doing market research. What was it that got you hooked? Wait, what was that? Disassociative me with a gifted sub to Joseph Turner. Thank you very much. It's very kind. F23 is going to be pretty hectic too. I realise that there's an element of that. And in a way, Anna, if not even in a way, that's exactly what you lot are doing for me at the same time. Yeah, we managed Idrotafilofugifjardar. I know I'm butchering the name, David. Apologies in advance. On FM20... FM20. Which was pretty sick. 7-Eleven. That's the shop, chat. We're just trying to find significant numbers now. Signings-wise, we have actually made a couple, haven't we? And we're about to hopefully line up a load more. So we basically nicked these 2 guys from Mulder. One was 70 grand, so we just picked him up for 70 grand. And the other one was Evan Ugland, who was £2 million. But again, value sort of suggests we did the right thing there. So I'll take it. If we turned off the rules, yeah. Part of me is considering that, honestly, as an option. But we'll have to have a look. These guys are Ian Wood. But Woody, I don't know. Temperamental. Don't know how much I like that. Just... We've never hit as high as that, Jacozy. I think the most ever was 890. That was like around Christmas, obviously. That was ridiculous. I think it was 890. It was something like that. Twitch doesn't actually tell me. It only tells me like thresholds for like the next subs unlock, not sub, like emote slots basically. But I think it was something like that. Which just shows you how mental Christmas was. Insane. Wasted 50 points. No, how? Oh, I see on that message. I'm an idiot. Great group behind it. It really does feel like that. This is the thing, right? Back when I was doing YouTube, just YouTube, prior to pandemic, back in the day, I always felt like I made content and it was okay. You know, it was okay. But I never felt like people were watching. I felt like people thought, yeah, it was okay content. And it almost felt like that people didn't really know me because of it, because I never really allowed myself to be the content. It was just a guy presenting it. And I feel like with the streaming, I've been able to be more me, and I feel like there's more people that maybe like me because of the person I am, more than just purely the content now. And that actually is quite wholesome. It makes me feel very good about myself as well. Are we saying Matt did Scotland? He did. No, Bush did them both, Icarus. God damn it! Jet fuel can't melt coefficient tables. Damn it. And I've gone ruined it there, haven't I? You already it. Oh dear. Yeah, Chomsky was really, really fun. I only tuned in for the house news. You could have asked me that last night, Dean. Although admittedly I didn't tell you. So. The content, yeah, I figured. St. Pauli, oh god, yeah. I had no filter. I had no filter. I didn't. The house gets on the street. The real me came out here, yeah. And you were like, oh, he's a bit of a walloper, isn't he? But hey, some of you stuck around, and that's nice. Memes and Roy. I try to be, you know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm like some angel, because I'm not, as you know, because I always tell you the negative stories about the things I've done, because that's far more interesting, isn't it? Like yes, like on Tuesday with they had a car crash and I forgot to care. Oh dear. One of these days I'm just going to do Scotland just to spite y'all. Well, we kind of already did that. Which city are they based in? Hamburg. Cool. Next. Yeah, that save was probably one of the worst saves I've ever done, just because it didn't last. It's the first. I think it's the only time I've ever been sacked in like a long-term save. Little chef chat. Don't even get me started, buddy. Don't even get me started. Also, you know, obviously I mentioned that we have this house viewing next Wednesday. Pog and I have decided to turn it into like an evening thing. So we're going to go to the house viewing because it's miles away. And on the way back, drop through Cambridge, grab ourselves a bit of Pizza Hut, and then go see Top Gun. What a day! I've not been to the cinema, well, since a while ago, believe it or not. Mr. Progger! Imagine if there was a Progger. There could be. There's a few Prossers, but nope. I thought to Tobias Bugger for a second. I think the closest we're going to get is John Prodger. It's nearly. Maybe your first name's Yon. We don't know. Was there an actual RPM? Come back for him. Weatherspoon's carpet chat. I saw a thing the other day on, I think it was Casual UK. It was an American that had come to the UK, and they were talking about how they'd had a full English breakfast. And I saw the plate. And my immediate first thought was, you're in Weatherspoons. And every comment was basically a bit like, haha, Weatherspoons. Those plates are so distinctive. Why has not anyone made a book about Weatherspoons plates? I realise it'd have one page, but still. Come on. I need to reminisce about the previous... Do you remember that time you were here and we reminisced about the previous time you were here? What a day that was. Oh, we have fun. So that's John Prodger. I might give him a scout report, honestly, just because reasons. World's shortest book. Nah. That would be the book of my accomplishments. It's just an index that says, nah, mate. Yeah, so the reason I started doing that, Ogordo, is just because I wanted to try something different, and I feel like it works, and people seem to like that kind of style. So I'm looking forward to see what that happens when I do that from the start of a new series, because I think it's just more engaging, honestly. Weatherspoons are the bear facts. Fine, I'll give you a bear fact. How about that? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Right, now we're talking, Chow. Bear flags. This is my... I didn't know this chapter existed. Oh. Haha. You mix bears and vexillology, and I am going to be frothing. So, what do we got here? The states of Alaska, California, and Missouri portrays bears on their state flags. The Alaskan flag is the most mythical, but the California flag is the most famous, being the symbol of an armed revolt. Where's the Alaskan flag? Oh, I see. It's got... That's kind of cool. It's got Ursa Major on the Alaska flag. I didn't know that. Also, I'm glad California upgraded their flag. The original one was kind of scuffed, no? Like, just saying. Oh, dear. Oh, the Saswola part. I have those little segments on stage where I'm just like amazingly having a great time about it, and that was it for me, honestly. Although, I feel like Sunnyusk is actually started off really well, and I'm excited about it. Where's this RPM? This guy. Oh, wait, there's more. Hang on. I haven't got rid of these guys yet. Right. They're all being bid on by us. That's 5 players in a row. Him, I wanted more information, which we've got. So I'll do that too. And then I'll get back to the real thing. We're going to be profit. It's true. I can't help it. With Hungary. Basically pick any club from the second tier is what I would suggest anyway. It's got a bear on it, Damien. It can't be that bad, right? I don't know about expanding stadiums, but Dundalk have got a lot of moolah. So there's that. This guy's name's Jasmine. That alone makes me kind of interested. Maybe for the loan farm? Do a bit of that. Bit of that. Oh, no. Wow. That's not even a release clause, is it? Oh, we don't know. I don't think it is. Whoa, 4 million quid? Nah, mate. Not playing 4 million quid for him. That was weird. That's odd. Whole new world if we had true. They used to call me Jafar. That isn't even a joke, they did. I have extremely long fingers. Great for Pringle pots, admittedly. Let's see. Oh, there's Ella. C, actually, not C. Damn it. If it was rated A, that'd be perfect. Ladislav Kosic. Aerial reach is a bit naff. I think we just don't know enough about him. He might be one of the ones that came through the little lookups we did. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Outloan, I think it's only 27 at the moment, because a lot of them, some of them were youth players that then like expired. They didn't die or anything. They just didn't be here no more. Ah, yes. There was a clip of that floating around somewhere. Wow. Asmir Mr. Gouda. I mean, he does like his cheese. Am I excited about Forest and Leeds being in the Premier League next season? I am couldn't give a shit. Could not give a shit. Might as well have said that about any other two sides other than Fulham. Like, I could not care less. I was happy with whoever came up. It could dim down it, but we might have to adjust some things in order to make that work, basically. More championships. Exactly! Exactly! I've never really liked Disney films. The only Disney film I really like is the Robin Hood one. I quite like Asmir Mr. Gouda here. Maybe more information, but we're getting kind of close to him. I just bloody hate football. I hate Uncle Jamie. Oh, mate, his name's Armand Bienvenu. If that isn't a brilliant surname, I don't know what is. Easy money. Oh, I have put a bet on the most unoriginal joke. And congratulations, you've won. He's quite nice, isn't he? Armand, welcome. He's quick, yeah. But really expensive. Really expensive. A historic come up along with Fulham ball. Exactly, I know. I'm a Fulham fan, Prince. Let's see. Yeah, he's just no way on paying 13 million quid for it. There's just no chance. Oh, Zolt Forgats. A meth bear? Is that that looks like a hockey jersey, but like for a team comprised entirely of bumblebees. Well, I'll be damned. Had a nativity theme. First lobster. There are more than one lobster present at the birth of Christ. Love that film. I was in a nativity play once. I played a shepherd. There you go. Because most of you did, right? Standard. He's a fast boy too. He's a bit cheaper as well. They're not prepared to sell, but that doesn't matter because who cares? We can definitely work with that. These guys might be the new ones. Yeah, these guys are all from... These guys are from the scout reports. The lookups that I was doing prior to stream. That's kind of cool. There's Willie Connolly. These guys are all just absurdly expensive. Unless there's a left-sided player in here. Hang on a minute. Albin Sandberg, please. I know he's 30, but please. If this guy here is actually a good left-sided player, I'd be willing to pick him up. Because he's good and it's that cheap. Even if he's 30, please be good. I mean... I know he's 30, but he's not on a huge amount of money, and he's actually got quite nice attributes. The customary detail, you bet your ass I did. I took a sheep with me, chat. Model Citizen also, yeah. 11 crossing, yeah, but Model Citizen, 18 corners. That'd be kind of tasty. Good consistency, likes big matches. More like 2 steps from death. Come on, he's got 16 natural fitness. It's at least 4 steps from death. I quite like him. Particularly for that price. I know that his wages are a bit high, but look at the price. If we picked this guy for like £2 million, that's an absolute bargain. It might even be cheaper. Retro Brood Sweater. Is it really? Wow. Okay, they want a bit more than that, but they actually don't, because usually you can meet them halfway and then you're kind of good to go. 2.3 million is a no-brainer on a player like that. There's no other ones sneaking around in here, is there? Nah, they're all right. Okay, cool. I like him. The reason I know about this guy is because I don't know if it will show up actually. Yeah, look, second top scorer in the Champions League. That's the reason I know about him. Oh. Buying an old player. It really do be like that though, doesn't it? Like, I'm notoriously bad for this, but sometimes you just find a guy like that and it's like, you know what? Screw it. Better than Rengifo. We can do a comparison if I can just find Rengifo. I'd say so. I mean, he actually has better crossing than Rengifo. I mean, he's marginally worse in these areas, but look at everything else. It's not even a contest, is it? Crossing better, dribbling better, first touch better, passing definitely worse. Agreed. Technique better, off the ball miles better, work rate the same, slightly slower, slightly less agile, but he's 6 foot tall as well. He's just so much better. I think Albin Sandberg is way, way better. General. Fulham rival, mostly Brentford, honestly. I feel like Fulham and Brentford is the more fantastic, although QPR as well. Mostly Fulham and mostly Brentford and QPR. Not really Chelsea. Now get ready for a huge list of players not wanting to talk to us. Oh my god, they actually said, hang on. Okay, he didn't. He didn't. Stature, alright, you whopper. Weird thing is that he said yes, though. That's intriguing. It's going to be purple, but we could actually work with that. We've broken through purples a lot lately. Gullickson, I recognise that name. What if he's still playing? Oh. Well, I guess I got the answer to that question. We're just typing Gullickson just in case. If I could spell it correctly, that'd be good. Oh, of course, yeah. I have to do more letters, otherwise it's not going to work. Oh, there he is. Must have spelled it wrong. 35. The youngest looking 35-year-old in the history of the world. Rengifo is hot, but he can still be on the posters. He just can't be on the bus to go to the matches. Yeah, 18 corners is nuts, actually. Yeah, Fulham and West Ham, it's just they're both from London. Same with Fulham and Palace, you know. Exactly, Daz. It's the one thing we can agree on. Hey, Murph. He's, I do. Like, what's he got on his... he's got, like, unicorn blood infusions or something? It's the only way you could stay looking that young at 35. He's done quite well to reach 30. Not reach 35, but, like, from a footballing standpoint, like, he's not going to die. No one knows. He a vampire? Could be. Could be. Did he do any loan spells in Romania? No, he didn't. Okay, put that one out the window. Oh, I missed Tony Albrick. The shrimp with Al Qaeda. Why did? Ah, he's not there. That's a shame. Hang on a minute. I have to check this. If this guy doesn't play on the right wing for West Brom, I'm going to be so annoyed. Well, there you go. Yes, so if you do exclamation mark skin Euronics, you'll find a link to the download that we use. So we did Spurs, we did Mr. Praga, we did... Oh no, a bunch of points for that. Did that. Andre Gomez. I get the feeling that this is going to require a bit more looking. Oh no, wait. Oh no, we've looked about before, haven't we? Definitely remember. Norway does appear to have a fountain of youth, yes. To be fair, if it's anything like their drinking water, then it's probably delicious. Honestly. It was like drinking... Well, I'd say it's like drinking mineral water, because it pretty much fucking was. Never had to buy a single bottle of water while I was there. We just bought a bottle of Coke, drank it, and then I just carried a bottle of water around in my bag all day, and it stayed cold, because, well, it was like -10. It's great. Delicious as well. He's an FM22. Nice. Who's that? You don't have to tell us, obviously. Use 4%. Oh, no, apparently it can work. So that's Andre Gomez. He's pretty solid, actually. Only got 14 caps for Portugal in the end, but I suppose he's been behind some pretty solid people, I guess. Wolves. I wonder if it's still that same guy. Kai Van... Oh, that's a great name. I'm not going to try and say it out loud, lest I embarrass myself, but nevertheless. He's probably still in the game, actually. Salty! How's it going, friend? Let's see. Oh my god, what? Hang on. That means he's loaned to someone else, right? They don't have a goalkeeper. But they do have Charlie Patino. So there's that. How are they in the Premier League? You have two goalkeepers. One is Saif Rouge, and the other one is this guy, Lee Zia. These are fake people. They're not made. They are made-up human beings, and they only have one other goalkeeper, and he's on loan to a team I'm fairly certain that play in Cyprus. Wolves never change. And now, let us rest up. No, crack on, Euronics. I'll do it for you for free. Are we looking up the guy that you just put in chat? Because I'll do that now. I'm always curious when people said they've got friends that are in FM, although it looks like he may have already retired. Ah, that's a shame. Or he might not be in my database. Where is Lee again? Zia. That's where. He's wherever you find him. You can look for him. Right. Okay. Harold Bishop Ultras time, friendos. That'll perk us up. Where's my buttons? Hopefully it doesn't all break today. And a 5. And a 4. And a 3. And a 2. And a 1.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harrell and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
You know, I kind of feel in many ways that the minute you get uptight, you're dead has become almost as much of an iconic catchphrase as hold your gun capybara around these parts. I kind of want to get it on a t-shirt. I suppose we should start working our way through these transfers, shouldn't we? If we could sign this guy, I'd be very happy. So, regular starter, minimum fee release clause. I'm paying 5.5 million. That's where this could fall down. What are we saying? Purple. All right. We can do that and then do the whole thing we did with the last guy. Language course. I'll say big pay rise because it's kind of meaningless. Or can I not? Let's see if that works. How about that? I mean, what could I even option? What? Oh, fucking it. We might as well. The game is still utterly broken sometimes, I must admit. It is still utterly fucking broken. Like, a 17-year-old winger from the Czech Republic being offered a contract on a star player role at a team that was just in a Champions League final with a pay rise and a release clause, and it's not acceptable. I mean, seriously, SI. It's just a bit shit, isn't it? That's still a thing that happens. I know not every player wants to join it, but this is fucking ridiculous. Anyway, we move. He isn't interested, but I still think we could do the old cheeky thing with him. Oh, wait, do I have to like go to the next day before we go back for him? Same with Rigel. Him, but for different reasons. Him with the same reasons. Okay, Albin Sandberg. Let's sort out Albin Sandberg first, because I know we can sign him, and I want to, even if it requires us to dump a lot of money. Not that it matters. Star player ain't gonna happen, but I'll actually let that stay, because we can always change it. All right, if he's obsessed with it, then fine, whatever. We can always dick him when he joins us anyway, so. But we ain't having no star players for obvious reasons. The chorus of the... I know, it's just like... He says, no, I want you to figure it out. I'm giving you signals. I'm giving you signals. My body language. Please. Okay. That's a lot of money. But actually, it's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things for a 30-year-old. Just want to see how much I have to get. Eventually, he'll cave. There we go. I'm going to do that, honestly. Oh, I bet he'd join if we were Sturm Graz. Sturm Graz is so much fitter, and she's got way bigger tits than we do. And that's just... That's something we can't do anything about, chat. You know? Ah, dear. Not going to allow him to keep Ali Teakin, though. He's finally gone to a different bosom. Or has he, actually? Oh, of course, we've only played 6 days today. That would explain it. Right, so we need to go to the next day. And I still want to try some loan with options on those other guys. But especially... Ketcher. I think this guy is good. I mean, maybe, Michelle. I don't think so. We got very lucky to get to the final. So we're going to do loan. Oh, they... Okay. The fuck? Fine. I was expecting to have to... Actually, should we do mandatory? Should we just change that to mandatory? Or do you think it won't matter at this point? Not sure. Just leave it? Yeah, we can always come back and try again. That's curious. Did this guy say the same thing? Oh, because he's under 18. That might be why, actually. Let me see. Mandatory future fee. Wait a minute. Hang on. Nah. It's better for us with optional, for sure, yeah. Managing Ireland. No reason to. It wouldn't help the save, and it would just be tedious as all hell, unfortunately. Start a new save and go with... It depends what you want to do, really. It's completely up to you. To me, that's ludicrous. That's like 4 million quid for half a season. And then with a mandatory fee on top of that, he's not worth that. Not really thinking that's a smart play for us at that point. I was kind of hoping they'd do the same thing that Partizan did, honestly. Hey, Captain Ginger. We haven't made any major signings. We've just made a lot of miniature signings at the moment. Minor signings, you might say. Some of them are under 18, so that technically is correct. What Irish Wonder Kids appeared? Not really, no. And if they have, they haven't appeared with us. They've appeared through our academy at other clubs because reasons. So the Club World Cup hasn't happened yet. I don't think it's for another 3 years. I'm not doing that. What about Noel? He wasn't interested at all, was he? And him... Let's try it. Let's just see what they want. No. Okay. I'm just going to try that. We'll see. Sandberg, Alaku, we've done that. Ooh, FC Voldemort. What we got? Show me some goods. Wow, they've really not turned out the best quality of players in this save at all. Comparatively speaking to Farrell. They've been amazing. Hey, Gordo. Uploads happen on... So they technically do go out on separate days. So my videos go out Wednesdays on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and my streams are Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays. So that's the reason it is separated like that. So any changes I make would only disrupt it further. At that point, I suspect that's possibly because of the time difference, but unfortunately, there's not really a lot I can do about that. Because, yeah, I realise if you're down under, that does look a bit strange, because it's going to be like a morning video and an evening stream, but that's just because of the time difference, unfortunately. They've accepted it. They've actually accepted it. Oh, wait, hang on a minute, chat. Because it's an optional fee, we don't have to, we don't have to negotiate the contract with him now. We can wait until the end of the season, and then we can negotiate it with him. So that means we can pretty much get this guy, I'd say. Because we have the optional fee, so they can't jack the price up. That's kind of good, actually. So we'll get him no matter what. Likely. Preseason team meeting. Okay, what are they going to screw us up on this time? That feels less than normal. Nationals after. I guess we want to win that too. They don't care anyway. No promises. Haven't even mentioned the Champions League, so that's good, I guess. It is the Red Sandstone, yes, as it goes. Also, every window it feels like we have a single player that gets bidded way beyond their means. Last window it was, of course, Mihov. I suspect that this window it's going to be Paolo Vinicius. I'm not going to sell him, obviously, because why would I? But I reckon we're going to get a bid of like 60 million for him at some point during this window. And obviously we don't sell, but yeah. Let's see. I love that he actually signed for PSG on less money than he was asking to sign for us. Well, that thus ends an annoying transfer saga that's lasted so many years. Could generate what? I have never seen that listed before. Look. Could generate £3.3 million a year in marketing revenue for the club. I've never seen that listed as a pro on a player before. Where would that even show up? Kind of sick, but so annoyed that we missed out on this guy when he was £11 million. Yeah, maybe. I'll give him the shirt as well if they fancy it. Keep naturalising. How easy is it to naturalise? Is it because it's only 5 years? You could probably win a World Cup doing that, right? Those Austrian shirt sales. I suppose he's probably the greatest Austrian player since... Name good Austrian player. David Alaba. I don't know. I'm trying to think of... Marko Arnautovic. I mean, I think he's probably going to be one of the greatest Austrian players of all time at this rate, isn't he? That's Vasily Saditu, so he's still one of the best players they've got. Gonna crack out on those. You mean Eleni Arnautovic, right? So, we need to talk about him. These guys, I think, are still way nowhere near us being able to do much with at the moment, just because we haven't got the scout report, the knowledge yet. Although, if there's any real cheapies in here. He's kind of cheap, actually. Mogashanu. Oh, he could be fancy. Maybe. It looks a bit slow, but he could be kind of interesting. Yeah, Eden Hosic. I'm glad we didn't move on him, although... Do you reckon for 400k he'd still be a good loan farm player? Because he's still kind of good, just not for us. Football Barcelona, but there you go. He's kind of alright. And if it was 400 grand, wouldn't even talk to us yet. He would now. Okay. No? You bought the dress. Nice. I thought it was 2 dresses. Don't tell me you chose between them. Passing... He's 11. He's a ball-winning midfielder. Bear in mind, not for us, but for other Irish sides. Mentioned something about having African regions turned on. So basically, if you do... Hang on, I might even have the video still. This video basically explains how to set up a database to have those players switched on. I don't know if it was you that commented that, but I was going to reply to that later anyway. But essentially, it's to do with the database set up at the start of the game, where you can turn players on, but not leagues. And it just means that the database still runs quickly, but you get all the regens. Or, in theory, you do. I don't know, part of me feels like he might still be worth it. For another Irish side. At 400 grand. Let me just see. Actually, I think I'm going to do it, but I'll see what he wants on wages. I think that kind of matters. Right, this is the weird one. This is Mirsad Dabic. And I kind of like him. I know we don't need a striker right now, but I do kind of like him. And he's wanted by Milan and PSG. And he's got an 11 million release clause. Juliet Light, indeed, yeah. But do you remember the guy that we didn't sign that was also at Dinamo Zagreb? I think I could splash it. Mercenary personality, yeah, but I think that he's the type of guy that we bring in and dump for like 20 million a year later. Wages isn't even that high. Strength of the first team in the midfield, that's not happening. That might be a bit of a purple boy, but need a backup. True. And that's the thing. We do have Jan Vosterek, but I feel like Dabic could actually do a good job as a backup to us. It's weird that I'm looking at this guy as a backup sign. Mad, isn't it? I think what happens is we put a bid in, we lose him to PSG anyway. But if we don't put the bid in, we'll never know, right? Let us see. If Paolo goes down, exactly. He's not going to be able to play every game. It would be nice to have. Holzic has... Really? You... This is what I mean. Why does he have doubts about negotiating with us? It's weird, man. Yeah, I don't think he's joined us yet. Is he going to purple us? No, we're not. Okay. Sometimes it just says that. 11k a week. No! You blithering LN. What? He wants 11 grand a week! You're on £160 at the moment. I feel like some of the expectations for players are mad. Good. Don't you just love it when that happens? Major reservations. Well, they haven't put a bid in yet, but it might mean that we're going to get that thing where it tells us that... Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Okay. It's weird that he only wants regular starter. I could probably get rid of that. Surely that would actually be fine. Yeah. If he wants less than 15k a week, I'm actually happy. Oh, that's fine. Doesn't even want a release clause. How many caps for Bosnia has he got? How does he have no caps for Bosnia? Who the hell is in front of him in the Bosnian national team? With that in mind, I'm not going to put a clause in his contract for... I might put that in there just in case. Okay, I might try and put that in there just in case. I still quite like a 1-year boat. There we go. Wow, 250 quid a week was all it took. Wow, okay then. Holy God. That's fine. 10 grand a week for him. That's nothing. Think of the sell-on value. I think he'll come in and immediately be worth more than we just paid for him. And I know he's a mercenary, which means he's going to be an absolute whopper of a personality, but to me, that's totally... Would he be a new record transfer? You're right, he would, wouldn't it? It'd be so weird. It probably does, Slugs. Because we did it before, didn't we? With the Azeri guy or whoever. No, it was an Irish chap, wasn't it? I think he's good. I like him. Now, the only problem we would get is if PSG and Milan start circling. But if we can get away with it... Emmett, come on, darling. You're 32 years old and you weren't playing for the Irish national team when you were good, let alone now. Freeze was 9. Let's actually look. I think we signed a guy for more than that, though, didn't we? How much was Juliet? Juliet must have been fairly pricey. This is where I'm like, no, he wasn't pricey at all. Records. Oh, wait, we want club records, not league records. Yep, Thies Freeze. You're right. Most expensive transfer ever was Thies Freeze, £9 million. Wow. That was ages ago, too. That was 7 years ago. 9.10 million. Mental. And Juliet was pretty close to that, wasn't he? 8.75, so yeah. Still, that was a hell of a deal. I mean, 8.75. I'd have paid 20 million. Right, what have I got to look up? Melier. I think he'll have retired. There's no way he's still playing. Although, let me type his full name in just to make sure. Because otherwise... Is that 2? Nah. I didn't think he would be. I figured he'd be retired. Austrian best time. Ooh. Can you see that for national teams? We can. Sick. So, this is Bosnia's best all-time 11, according to the game anyway. With Junior Adamu, who's not available to click on, neither is Arnautovic. But there is this guy, Karl Koch. Wow, he's already in the best 11 ever. Plays for Lask. There's a lot of default ones there. There's also Schlager, Xavier Schlager. And obviously Baumgart. Oh, no. Oh, it's Baumgartner. There's another guy called Baumgartlinger, isn't there? I think he's German. Yusuf Demir, obviously. Still playing. Friedel. Why is it? That's weird. It's like because they're retired, it's got like their names there, but not clickable. Nah, I never had a son. There's Marisic as well, who's currently retired. There's also Werber, and then Dedic. Not a lot of regens in here, I'm noticing. And then Schlager in goal as well. Well, there's 2 Schlagers in there. Wrong team. Austrian all-time best 11 was the lookup. Right? I'm so confused. No Alaba, no? The lookup was Austria all-time best 11. I was on the bench. Ah, it was Bosnia. No, Bosnia's the next one. You said Bosnia. Did I say Bosnia? Oh, but yeah, but there was Austria before that because Damien asked for Austria, and then Bosnia was the next one. Why did I just type in... It's weird that didn't come up, but we'll do it this way around instead. Oh, wrong one. Bosnia. National team. So he is in the national team. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to give him a massive national team clause, because he's in their national team. He's just not playing for them currently. I love that Krasinic is there too. Who is their other striker then? Oh, of course, it's fucking Shreko, isn't it? I forgot about Shreko Bozic. This was the first player we looked at when we were trying to replace Juliet, was Shreko Bozic, who obviously went to Juve and then Bordeaux and then to... Wow. He doesn't really score a lot of goals, does he? Honestly. Hugh Laurie. I've never had that on Big Tens, but I'll take it. He's a fabulous actor. I'm not. Not doing a Champions League. I think it's unlikely because Champions League is not till February. Demiri in the first team of the season? Absolutely not. He's so much better at... Like, he does so well for Dundalk that I would never take him back because... Well, for that reason alone. I'd much rather have him out there doing stuff than him being a second choice midfielder for us. Because he would be. He'd be behind Limburg, he'd be behind the Donut, he'd be behind Thijs Fries. It seems pointless for me to bring him back when I could get him smashing goals in for Dundalk. There'll be a few players like that just do really well. Let's see. Oh, not all time best 11. That's records, man. Here we go. Haaland, standard. Trawali. Where's that? Yeah. That's the guy at Toronto that we were looking at. Noosa, who of course is the guy that's kept Falconos out of the team all these years. Torsby. Morten Torsby! Oh, Morten. Martin Ødegaard. A guy called Berg. Then Holmgren Pedersen. Aya. I know. Hang on. Max Norman Williamson. And Bjorken. On the bench, anyone? Jesper Dorland. Wow. Jens Petter Hauge, of course. Elianusi. Jürgen Strom Larsen. No Espen Falconos. Damn it. Makes me sad. It's very Vinicius Lebrun. Or more likely Freddie From, honestly. We're going to have players like that that are just better when they're out on other teams. Like Alonso as well. Juventus want Thijs Fries. No. Oh, we've got friendlies finally. Yeah, there's no way he joins us. Unless... Oh. So annoying that you can't change the playing time expectation in there. The only thing you can change is... Like, surely I should be able to go back to him and be like, alright, fine, I'll start you more often. It seems kind of dumb that you can't do that, but you can change this. I'm just going to add a little bit more on top just to try and see if we can do it. Big Tens, thank you for the follow. There's no way that we get him. They rejected the loan bid. Interesting. Mandatory future fees. Did I already suggest that? Okay. I wonder what it would take. I just want to see where their line is. Of the loan for 3 years. Because FM is badly programmed, basically. It's just a real shame. Espen was the key player, but he doesn't play for them. That's kind of weird that he's considered the key player. Also, once again, Thijs Fries. What a gent. No interest in talking to Juventus. There's a reason you're a club favourite, my friend. The end goal of the save is to make the Irish national... Oh, sorry, no, it's not. The end goal of the save is to make the Irish league the best league in Europe, basically. And that, I mean, top of the coefficient charts, essentially. Yes, Albin! Okay, gotta remember to change his squad status the moment he joins us, though. Because it is broken. I think that's a good signing, honestly. World-class mid-freeze. I mean, he's excellent, isn't he? He's just so good. That might not look bad, but I just think his attributes are so much better than that star rating would suggest. And they've actually kind of done him dirty with that, honestly. Right, so we go to happiness. We adjust that to like what he'd probably be, which is a regular starter. He won't care. That's fine. Because star player is broken. Farrell Costanza. Oh, big moment. Have they got any more absolute gems? They kind of do, don't they? Salvador Capitan is amazing. World-class mid. Really? That's kind of sick. He's 100 years old. How dare you? He's 30. It's just uploaded to YouTube. So I do like a yearly recap video on my main channel. And then the actual VODs themselves go on my second channel. So technically, yes. Do we even have a link for socials? Oh, I do. There we go. That didn't... Oh, that doesn't do that. That doesn't put stuff in the chat. Yeah, and exclamation mark YouTube, I think, will get you a link to the main channel as well if you don't already have that. Capitan is a very good name. I rate that. Let's check their youth team. That's going to be way better. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Voddies. I've never had someone try to buy cake off me. But yes, I will emphatically do that. In fact, you know what, Bose? Since you're so lovely, you can have them for free. How about that? Free cake. I'm just a generous man, giving out cake to all and sundry. Not happening. And not happening. They're going to bid something absurd in this window. I know it. And the donut. And there's no way he's actually going to pick up a shitstorm about not going to Celtics, surely. I'm really hoping someone bids on Vosterek, honestly.
You came in summer.
Jordi Brio. Thank you for the follow.
Get very depressing.
I hope he wants them to. Oh, Red Star. Show me something good. Surprisingly average. Although, Borrow. Rinich. Oh. Actually, he's worth a scout. He's quite interesting. 53. Oh, he's 32. Damn it. But you're 22. Hello, Bezic. Offer out of Osterek. I don't want to offer him out because I don't want to particularly sell him. But if you offer them out, they just bid. The problem is this year, I found with offering players out, clubs just bid fucking nothing for them and you get no money. He's wanted. If they put a bid in, it's great. But I don't want to just offer him out for no reason. I like this guy. He's kind of interesting, actually. Good determination. Fairly tall. Great jumping reach. He doesn't even look that slow either. 15 pace minimum. He's very intriguing. I like him a lot. And because we've got so few players on the scouting thingy, we'll get to him pretty quickly, I think. Signing good players and giving some... So basically, we're doing that through... So they accepted it, but... That's interesting, actually. That even when it's a loan bid, they still do it. But surely, by the time the loan bid has happened, they won't have just signed a new contract. It's kind of weird that you can't even do that. Jesus. But yeah, the way we're doing it is with loans. Loans are the key, basically. You want to be loaning as many good quality players as you can to other Irish sides in this case. And that's what we've been doing. Hence Dundalk in 2 different Champions League groups so far. You miss 100% of the fat ons you don't cake. Matt Gretzky. Very true. Michael Scott. Second yellow card. Hef. Got there in the end. Have some cake. I'm giving out cake to everybody. I just like cake, alright? Can you tell? Offers for SPAC. And it's pleased that Real Madrid offers his preferred destination. I don't think you can spell that. Neither. Yes. Man United signed him. What? That's annoying. No, we've actually gone down a bit this year. It's only at 27 now because a load of youth players went. So it's 27, but it's 27 really good players. Optional fee instead. I don't think they'll go for an optional fee, but we could try it. It's weird that they accepted 7 million. So if I now do... I hate that it just rejects it all. Optional feature fee of like 6. Try that again. It's the same fee. Offers made for Mate again. Offers made for... Okay, so Atletico are doing that. Cool. Man United signed Joel D'Alessandro on 125 grand a week. Like, he's decent, but that's probably quite a good deal for them, honestly. The league rank right now is currently 12th, but it's going to probably go to 11th this season. No, Roy is... Are you serious, game? Is the game seriously telling me that it didn't keep Roy's history after retirement? So, no, Roy has disappeared into the ether, apparently. Was he in Icons? Oh, he is, isn't he? Sag! Oh, F's in chat. Okay, so Milan Ketch is coming in. Got to catch them all. Hopefully. He left for his home planet. He's gone to be with Dara, chat, alright? Oh, it's because he's alone, isn't he? That's why they don't like him. Yeah, no, he's... I think he's much better than that. This, for me, here is... That's my assist. That's Regan Booty being blind. I think he's actually really solid as a Trek. Plus, we get to buy him really cheap at the end of the loan period. We get to buy him, what was it, 3.7? That's fine. I think he's solid. So, the one downside is we can't loan him out because, obviously, he's on loan to us. So, that is going to be a problem, I suppose. But still... A sad day in Limerick 'twas, indeed. Hello, Mirko Stankov. Please tell me you're left-footed. Oh, he is left-footed. Okay. Colour me intrigued. More on you, please. Well, look at us today, chat. Actually spending money on players. Albeit only £4 million so far, but we are trying to buy players at the very least. See if the Bremer Traore money's changed yet. 3.2 still, damn it. When I get the updated European spaces in the league. So, it's like, it's basically a year delayed. So, if you get it... Oh, yeah, we're still rich. By miles. We've still got 93 million in the bank. It's like a year delayed. So, if you get it... So, whatever we achieve this season in the league or whatever is what will be applied the year after next, basically. Okay. Jivarad Bubanya. The problem that loans weren't signed permanently because you didn't play them. Possibly. We've never had that issue before, but it's kind of a double-edged sword because the player won't sign for us in the first place anyway because of some stupid shit about... Oh, there's so much stupid shit. Pace. Oh, he's not quick, is he? He's not quick. Still worth scouting further, but he's definitely not quick. We've got Milos Kulum here. Kevin Druids. Nice. Start giving each club in league. Yeah, so we never did that because I just don't... I'd prefer to not do that, honestly. So I haven't. The only time we've ever done that was on the Tromsø save. We gave Bran £1 million because they prevented us from losing our best player to PSG by injuring him while he was under a transfer bid that the board had accepted. So he failed his medical and thus the transfer fell through and he spent the rest of his career at the club. So we felt that they deserved £1 million for that absolute wonderfulness. Exclamation mark spine if you want to see that happen. There's some okay players here. Oh, it was amazing. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. Not Milos Kulum. He's actually got... he's not great either, is he? Honestly. He's not great. And Forgaheim was the goalkeeper we looked at, so we need to get more information on him. But it's still cool that there's still stuff coming through here. Slobodan Stankovic, 19-year-old Serbian right-back. To be fair, for base attributes, those are actually quite nice, but so little knowledge on him. Oh, there's Garnice. I have a question, chat. If we don't get Derbic from Zagreb, is Garnice just worth picking up anyway? Look at the state of these attributes. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Anarif. He's being undervalued massively. And he'd be cheaper. It's mad that he's still at Legia. I'm going to shortlist him for the moment and get him scouted a bit more. If we miss out on Derbic, we go for Garnice, I'd say. And I think we will miss out on Derbic. I think this is another one of these situations where the game is not valuing him properly. He can actually be a good backup, yeah. The other guy, Derbic, he's at Dinamo Zagreb. Old man wages. Well, no, this is the thing, because he's only on, like... He's not on a huge amount of money currently. So I think he'd... Even if he wanted 20k, I'd get... Oh, yeah. One of the great things as well is that Fidel Fay is now on loan at Bose, and I'm so happy with that. Many signings. We have made a few, yes. We're trying to work on a few more at the moment. Hang on, what? Oh, yeah, good. We brought in a couple of lads. He's kind of cheap rubbish. A couple of lads from Mulder. Albin Sandberg from Malmö, who I really like. Even though the star rating is kind of shit, but I just really like him. And then Milan Ketcher on loan with an option to buy at the end of the loan, who I'm pretty happy with as well. Polish Nugent. Hang on a minute, sorry. Polish regens are really good. I found some amazing Polish regens over the years. Like Przemysław Niewiadomski, the guy I signed last year, was outrageous. I think it's just... The values themselves aren't even the issue. Although it's because African players, their reps are so low that they just get really undervalued. But I find that sometimes the match engine and other clubs undervalue players too, in terms of like that Garnice, to me, he's really good. Oh, there we go. Loan offer for Everson. Nice. Galatasaray. It's weird that they're not even going to make that much money on him. They're only going to make like £6 million. Dirk Kuyt. Oh, nice. And another one. Good shit. They want Alaku. Doesn't want to go. They all just want to go to PSG. The one good thing about PSG existing is that all the players just want to join them instead of... they can't all join PSG, and ergo we're in a good spot. Okay, yeah, we progressed because we just did some stuff, didn't we? Oh well. Might prevent other clubs from being so interested in him at the same time. I just want to see what happens with Derbic. Hang on. Did they just counter with... Did they just counter with that? I just want to see if they've countered with that, meaning that maybe they think he will talk to us now. It'd be a bit weird if they countered with an option that we were literally unable to actually do. Wow, Jaroslav Seaman is everywhere. There is Seaman all over this team. And Kurt hurt, and I don't blame him because he didn't get any Seaman. He's 33 though. He's probably all dried up. I'm going to stop talking now. Why is chat so far behind? I don't think it is it? It sometimes lags on your end, maybe. What is ergo? Ergo is kind of like therefore, right? Definitely not switching on any other leagues, no. It's hard enough as it is, without them being able to actually... Without other clubs from the big lot being able to poach our players. It's absolutely mental. Oh, dear. One day I will get Arismendi because I think he's a really solid player. Thus, therefore, I think it's Latin. I don't know. Just something I say in it. Thoughts on if all next year's game? Yes, I will be, Johnny. I already have my save planned out for next year's FM23, and it will be the same style as Nomos. Not the crime drama part, but the way it's presented. Shelbourne want cake. No, I've tried to give cake to Bose. What's happening? It's a student newspaper in Uppsala, Sweden. Well, there you go. We learned something new today, chat. Let's see. They want us back. One of these guys is going to cause him to make a problem, right? Surely. And Vinicius. Yes, PSG are in for him with basically no money. That's literally lower than the lowest end of his price range. Mad. Okay, so he's going to complain. Influential squad. Why am I not getting any options to send people to talk to him? I know Emmett's busy being a sulky little bitch, but like surely we could still get him to do a jobby here. Paolo Vinicius. I've never had to actually try to convince him before, so I don't know if this is going to work or not. I don't know if he's quite been here long enough to really have this one be as perfunctory as I would like. Worst case scenario, though, we hit him with the influential player thing. If he's still being a whiny bastard, then we just let him throw his toys out the pram for 6 months and then give him a new contract after that. Paolo has turned very good. Did that work? No. Paolo has had, because this is the season that he's really stepped it up in terms of his quality. He banged, I think, 48 goals last season, which is a lot more than we've had anybody. He was from Atletico Mineiro. Missing players philosophy. But this is the beauty, Captain Ninja. You don't need to load every league. You only need to load the players from those leagues, and you'll still get the players, but you don't have then the problem with the clubs being around all the time and the slowdown of the fixtures. So if you just load the players, no problem. So that's the reason I set my databases up, I think. So you get all the pros of having the league switched on without having to actually have the league switched on. It's great. Yeah, he's spectacular. He has the speed and he has the finishing. He's got the trifecta. And he'll only get better. He's still only 20. He's been in the Brazil squad. Hasn't actually had a cap yet, but he has been in a Brazil squad. He's ridiculous. And I think we finally found the guy. Right, so now we do influential player. Which is... It's not that one, is it? It's... No, it is that one, isn't it? Okay, that's fine. I'm not that influential. Literally a lie, but sure. And then we just do that. Piss him off for 5 months or a couple of months until they stop. Basically, until they stop paying interest in him, then it'll be fine. Yeah, if we... Or the Durbich guy, honestly. Or we could, you know what, just splash it out and go for all 3. But I want to see what happens with that. Who? Varlam Zoidzi. Was he the guy that was Georgian? Yes. Performance gains, but yeah, exactly. Even on this PC, the performance gains is insane. Harrogate's still in League 2. It's going to be hard for us to find out, but we can have a look. Oh my god, no. Emphatic no. Jesus. Let me just see if we can find out how what's happened to them. I want to find a player that's been at the club for ages, so we can track their... Oh wow, they've probably signed a lot of new people, it would appear. Faxton, he's branded. Wow, this is just like a whole new squad for them. Every one of these players seems to have joined them relatively recently. Ian Parkin? Okay, he's been there for 12 years. Now we can see. So even in 2028, they were National League by that point, but have regularly fallen down into the National League North. In fact, have now spent 2 seasons consecutively in National League North. Yeah, that's not gone well for him, has it? Oof. I forgot he was still at the Asian Cup. South American national team managers. My guess is we won't have heard of most of them, but let's have a little look anyway. Because that look at the European ones the other day was fun. Argentina is managed by Diego Simeone. Well, that actually does make sense. And there is the greatest striker in world football, Alejandro Vulcan, who I can't believe doesn't have more caps and goals for Argentina, honestly. He's one of the best players I've ever seen on FM. Ever. Ridiculous. Bolivia? Cesar Farias. What's his record looking like? I was the manager of the strongest. And, of course, Cerro Porteño. This man might know Fernando Ovalar in real life. Maybe. Maybe manage him as a youth level. M.2 drives are so good. They're so good. I have a M.2 drive where my OS and basic stuff is, and I have a standard SSD for everything else. Brazil is Jair Ventura, who has just been a manager domestically for years. I don't know if he ever will move to PSG. He's just so good. Chile is Jaime Garcia, who was the manager of Deportivo Nublense. And also Santiago Morning. Like that. And also a lot of swagger. That team right there, they got a lot of swagger. I like that team name too. It's Leonard Nimoy. We've got Colombia. It's Killy Gonzalez. Oh, he could have been Chili Gonzalez when he was managing there. And, well, okay, Paraguay Gonzalez doesn't have quite the same name to it, does it? Ecuador. Renato Paiva, who is Portuguese and was manager of Benfica B for a little bit. Paraguay. Hector Villa. Hang on, I recognise that name. I think we scouted him at one point in this save, actually, as it goes. Hector Villalba. And Peru. Francisco Mengini was also the manager of Chile. They go around a bit, don't they? And I think the final one would be... Oh, wait, no. Wrong one. There we go. Oh, yes, Uruguay. Federico Sousa Mota, who has only ever managed Uruguay, because of course he has. And in Venezuela is Giovanni Herrera, who exactly the same. I've noticed that a lot of that. A lot of AI, sorry, a lot of regen managers have been taking up managerial roles with their first job. Like, there's a couple of clubs in Ireland, even in the top flight, that are managed by brand new regens for some reason. We haven't had Starla Soul back, and is what I'm saying. Right, Maribor. Ooh, big squad, but Tanya Fink. I don't know. Can I? Let's see. Big squad, at least. Manager of career of Sean Dyche. I wonder where he's ended up these days after he got sacked by Italy. Yeah, that's right. You heard. He's manager at Unemployed now. So he was Burnley manager until 2030. 18 years at Burnley. Then England manager for 2 years because it's Sean Dyche, and he's always England manager at some point in your save. You know that. We all know that. Then he was Celtic manager for only 2 years, and then Italy manager for 2 years, which I still find hilarious. That he just rocked up with this big, smug, testicle-looking face here, rocking up as Italy manager. Light-hearted. I can kind of go with that. And Scunthorpe United. Not Scunthorpe. That sounds like something you'd get, and you'd have to get a rash. Oh, they're still League 2. So that means they must have either not gone down or come back up. No, he's not been there long enough. Homewood. 9 years for him. We can see the last 9 years. Oh, no, we can't. So they were in League 1 at one point as well. I mean, who doesn't like his pasta? I don't blame him for liking pasta. Pasta do be poggy. In fact, I believe I might have some pasta later now that you've said that. You've convinced me, Amatrain. I realise you were definitely trying to make me have pasta later, but now I've been sold on it. Pasta it is. England's managers. Let's do it. Allegri. Okay. There's not been many of them, has there? Ancelotti, followed by Ronald Pastafarian. Do you know what? I did once have a flying spaghetti monster sticker on the back of my old car. So, yes. Sean Dyche was sacked after a year. Jose Mourinho. Then Peggy Guardiola in there too. Ten Hag was sacked after winning the European Championship. They were just like, nah, don't rate you anymore, Tenny. And currently, it's Massimiliano Allegri. Well, I'll be damned. Yeah, apparently he just couldn't get a game in League. Well, he looked like he was playing for Bournemouth too. I've not seen one, Jacozzi, but it might be possible, but it might just be that the game makes it really rare. I know, obviously, as a player you can, but I don't know about League 1 Peterborough. Standard. Have they? I presume they've... My guess is that they've probably touched on the Championship a few more times in this save, right? So Ronnie Baker's been there for 10 years. There you go. That's the Peterborough perfunctory Championship season that they have every 5 years, roughly. So he was actually a Wolves player. I'm surprised they didn't try to put him in goal, honestly. Rapid Vienna. See if they've won anything lately. No, they have not. But while I'm here, actually, I'm going to get a team report on them because Austria, and see if there's the next Ali Tekin knocking about. It's a shame we can't. I mean, they wouldn't have been relegated or anything, would they? That seems very unlikely. They would have just been in that league, really. What flavour? So I'm rocking something called Cherry Fizz, and I'm going to be honest with you, chat. Avoid. It's fucking rank, but I can't really do much about it other than just accept it. I want to go back to my tropical fruit one that I've got, which is much nicer. Well, the Germans, but that's how good they were. Well, maybe it was unified. Who knows? But did the Prem? I mean, hopefully okay, but I'd like to see us actually sign some players first. That would be good. Ooh, that's a big bid. 37 million for the donut. Celtic really pushing the boat out. The donut-shaped boat. He's going to complain about not going to Valencia again. Any more ridiculous players at Malmo? Alan Wallen. Yeah, fuck it. Only 21. Looks all right. What about you? Liam Lind. I've looked at him before, haven't I? And now that I look at him even more, he's quite tasty too. Philip Jakobsen. Okay, then. Not too bad. Is that... Why did I get a report on them? That must have been a misclick, right? Alan Wallen is a good name. It sounds like a made-up name, but I'm here for it. Mango Ice. I never was a big fan of Mango Ice. That must definitely be the same exact brand as me, though. I recognise the ice part. Maybe, but if they all right, hang on. I'll make you a deal, right? If Celtic come back with a bid that's 50, if they come back with 50, then I'd be tempted. But at the moment, I still think he does a very good job for us. And I don't know if I'd want to remove him from the squad at the moment and weaken us. If they said 50 something, and not with installments, like 50 with a good amount of that, then I'd maybe be more tempted. David Enstrom. Nice. That's kind of good. Henshaw's back, which we were kind of fine with. What about Kurz again? I think he'd be too expensive for what he is, and I don't think he's actually that great, honestly. I think he's fine, but, you know. I think we've got what it takes to stay up. I think it's a question of building the team around creating chances for the likes of Mitrovic, really. And I think now that he's a different type of player under Silva, it'll be easier to do that. And it looks like we were experimenting with some different systems towards the end of this season anyway, once we kind of knew that we were promoted. So hopefully that's good. We just need to sign... We have to strengthen the squad. And at the moment, what we've done is weaken it. Seri's gone, or going. Zao Anguissa, although he wasn't here this season, is also gone. It's... Yeah, we definitely need to find... And it looks like the Manor Solomon thing might not come off. We need something. We've been linked with... he's a Libyan midfielder, plays for Braga. Can't remember his actual name, but we've been linked with him quite heavily this morning, I noticed. But I don't know much about him other than he played a lot of games for Braga this season. Alejandro Varón. He's just a bit meh, isn't he? Really? There's Mr. Gouda. Al Mazrati, that's him, yeah. Mr. Gouda's actually quite good, isn't he? We don't know. I haven't got these guys fully scouted, so I might as well. One more report will probably do it. Engelhardt's an inverted winger on the left. Although, has he got a left foot? Ah. Be a bit of a waste. These guys, I think... He's fine. What's happening with this Durbich deal? Oh, there's John Proger. Ah, it just wasn't to be, was it? Maybe we'll put him on the market. Yeah, I would like to have seen us I would like to have seen some moves. I know it's still only June, but with the benefit that we had of knowing we were going to be promoted for quite a long time, let's be honest, we should have been ahead of the curve, and it feels like we are possibly falling into the same traps as before, which we really have no reason to, but we'll see. I still trust them, but yeah. If we're rocking up in the middle of in July and we still haven't signed anybody, problems. Oh. That's annoying. I'd like to think that maybe they are. I'd hope. But then we also had, like... I don't know. I trust them, but I don't trust them, given that the history of their signings have not been spectacular up to this point. I'm not sure, Manatee. Did we or did we not? I think maybe... Oh, hello. 19-year-old goalkeeper, Patrick Borgadal. More information required. He could be good, but up in the air a little bit. Don't want to spend 100 million. Well, I mean, I don't care about spending 100 million if it means that we actually sign good players. Because we had no choice but to spend that money last time as well. We was badly spent, I feel like. Some of them have been okay, but yeah. Came to absolutely nowhere. True, because it was like Wilson and Gazaniga were announced on the same day, weren't they? I like him. Did I miss a lookup? No, I didn't. Okay, good. See you later, Mike. Enjoy Switzerland. Ah, there we go. So, Priotes has gone back to Farrell. One of the few transfers from them that have actually not worked out very well. But he just didn't... It's that trait. I tried for years to get rid of that trait. It just would not work. And he just could not function in our system like that. So, there you go. It's not the end of the world. He's back there. We got 4.7 million for him. So, that bumps our budget back up again. We just have a little other check on Traore. Still 3.2. Ah, yes. Good. Perfect. As much as it is Scamrock. It's a shame, but we move. And I feel like Pedersen is going to be in the running to be our backup left back this season, honestly. Fats on Cake is going to Bose. I like that a lot. That's good. Yeah. We knew that was going to happen. So, Mirsad Dabic is joining PSG. The thing is, I've had this guy on my radar for literally a year and a half and not one inkling of them putting a bid in. But the moment you do it, they're like, oh, actually, yeah. So, right, Garnice it is then, friends. So, Mate, reject. Who's getting call-ups? Sweden still nice. Well, look at that. We've got half the Danish national team in here. MGP is a nickname. Hang on. Oh, his name's Morten Pedersen. Hey, Maris. So we just call him Morten Gams Pedersen. Right, where is he? Where's my man? We can remove Ali Tekin from this now, I think. And Jonathan D'Alessandro. Garnice, right. He's not got... Look at the state of him. Look at his corners as well, by the way. 20 determination, driven person. There's just no doubt we're doing this. I'd pay him that. Star player, obviously not, because it's broken. Yeah. He's worth every penny. He'll immediately be worth second nationality. No, Polish. Just Polish. Stanisław Garnice. Not prepared to sell him mid-season. Disagree. Not prepared to sell him mid-season. Immediately agree to the first bid I put in on him. Oh, dear. Oh, a meme for me? I feel so honoured. Reasons for signing Fat on Cake. His name put it precisely. And I'd like to believe that Bose have the exact same rationale for them wanting to sign him as well. Can't go wrong with that, can you? For £5.5 million, he is Giulietti. He is a lot older. In fact, while I'm here, are there any other players on this list that I'm kind of... Aris Mendy, obviously. Ganem. Hey, that's the first time that Tevfik Gunam's not said at this stage of my career, in fairness. That is funny. I'm just going to do it because I want to see how... That's funny. What happened with Vranja? Oh, that was the Czech guy, but they wanted too much money, wasn't it? Matt's horse as well. Oh, he still won't talk to us. I thought I said he had a thigh then. We've all got a thigh. Big Sin is rich. We don't know for sure, but we know for a fact that we're still well above it. It's about, I think it's about 60 million. So we got tons of room. I'm just amazed that this guy was staying in Poland. Garnice is unsure. How could you be Sorry. That's like double what your agent just...
Bring on the
This guy's got an answer for everything. James Hyson, thank you very much for the follow. All right, we might get purpled here for some reason. Star player will estimate wage 23 to 34. Good lord. Right. Language course. Let's see if I can get down to important player, actually. Okay, that's fine. We're not obviously going to give him that because... Oh, that's fine. I can bring that down a bit. Sticky Chicken with a gifted sub to George. Thank you very much, Sticky Chicken. That's very kind of you. Yeah, no, we're not going to... Sell on percentage, we can get rid of that. It's still quite a lot, but I think we can bring that down. He's probably still worth it, honestly. No, we didn't get the Bosnian. The Bosnian went to PSG, which is why we're now trying to sign Stanisław Garnice. It's because he's older. Right, how do we... Right, so one thing I want to do is I'm going to bring him down to 40, but I'm going to bump up things like this massively. The main reason for that is because I want our actual wages to be in line with each other, even if his overall payment isn't. I don't mind if his compensation equals to around about £50,000-60,000 a week, but I don't want other players being able to say, hey, he's on 50 grand a week. That's what we have to pay attention to here. So I'll actually bump his goal bonus up to like 15k. See if this will make any difference. Reason for this is because it's basically, I'm actually, if anything, probably paying him around about the same, right? Because, as I said, we just don't want other players being able to come to us and say, well, this guy's on 50k. I won't pay £50,000. Whereas if it's £40,000, it's basically the same. This is how we structure these things to make sure, because this is the only other option I was left with, really. Because goal bonus, we can't guarantee he's going to score a goal every time. Appearance fee, he's not going to play every game either. He might think he is, but he's not. Yeah, I would normally try and get rid of that, but honestly, at this point, it's much of a muchness. He's going to be worth, like... What do you reckon, chap? How much does his value go up when he joins us? I reckon at least 20 million, I'd say, honestly. Hey, ranks! Delectable! I'll take it. See you later, Godo. Have a nice sleep, my friend. Missed your bus. Oh, that sucks. Hang on. Yeah, I suppose it is Switzerland. It probably left on time, right? The great thing about... oh, that should not have done that. I should not have said that. The great thing about having no more interested in him is that we don't have to worry about other clubs poaching him from us right now. There's no other interest in. Could have gone for 35. I don't know about that. Maybe, but you know what? It is what it is. Right, that's gone. Ferreira, I'm no longer interested in. New person. Hello, new person. Ruskin with the gifted sub to Neutral Normie. My God, the generosity today, my friends, has been absolutely outrageous. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. Is Matto Hagrid? I'm Hagrido. Hagridinho. Little Hagrid. Right. These are all guys from earlier, aren't they? It's for... Oh, we'd have to call him Nelly. Oh my God, Nelly the elephant. Look at the fucking jumping reach on this chap. Other than the marking, which is really easy to work on because his positioning is already good, I like him a lot. More information required, but I'm seeing a lot there that I like. Like, basic stuff is really ticking a lot of boxes for me. Offer now. Oh, is he worth us offering now, or do we wait? Player searches, do I? Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I just wanted to get through that quickly. Elephants are renowned for it. True. Wait. Yeah, I don't think we're in any danger of losing him anytime soon. Hang on, will he talk to us? He will. My concern is, when did he sign his new contract? I'm concerned if we wait too long on him, he might sign a new deal with Passos de Ferreira, and we might lose the ability to talk to him too long. Maybe. I don't know. Mike, with the 5 gifted, thank you very much. That's so nice of you, friend. Hope you're enjoying Europe. That's so damn kind. I think I want to try him now. I've seen enough there that I reckon there's something here. Particularly at that price. 1.5, I'm willing to pay that. Is he on a youth duel now? Oh, yeah, he is, isn't he? But needless to say, I think we should just take a risk on that. Road to that. We're a long way from that. I think the rest of these guys just need another little go around the merry-go-round, though. We could, we can delay. You can only delay a certain amount of time. Coelho needs to not be on this anymore. We already looked at him and decided he wasn't good enough. Riveros was a guy I was interested, but then he joined Chelsea instead, so he can go. Bastos used to be a different team, if I recall, and now he's moved. Eddie Jeffrey, too expensive. Hermanson's not good enough anymore. Erturk's turned out to be really not very good at all. Also has no left foot. And Mats Ors still won't talk to us, but we'll keep an eye on him. Cool. I mean, at that kind of price, with a future prospect, loaned out, we'll get rid of these. I don't really want him thinking he's going to be more than he is. I don't want to get too big for his enormous size 17 boots. Plus, because Portuguese.
Bring on the Flügelheimheimler!
Smooth Kidney. Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well. Mike's nemesis. Now, Mike's nemesis is Chelsea in Champions League finals. Weirdly, we share the same nemesis. We should team up, like the Power Rangers. Become the Mikey morphing Matto Ranger. I'll see myself out. Do that. Do that. That could probably do a bit less than that, actually. Oh, that's too much. What are you doing? Wrong way. You blithering idiot. There we go. 1.8. Cool. Sorted. Less than 45 minutes. Nelly, I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Big ears. I'm a huge fan of that. Probably the best character in Noddy. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Hang on, that's an assistant. Let's see what they actually reckon when he's properly here. Nope, he's still...
I'm the Pope.
He's got 18 jumping reach. He's 6'4". He's got 15 heading, 14 tackling, solid marking. Not solid, but I can work on that. He's only 18 years old. I think he's all right, actually, honestly. Yep, it absolutely has backfired, but the reason I do it is because it backfires a lot less than it doesn't, and that the money you save by doing it is worth the occasional backfire, really. Second nationality. Maybe? We'll dev list him. Offer him out. I still think he's solid. Got to take a risk on a guy like that occasionally. Sod's law, we don't do that, and then he's just like, he'll sign a new contract with that club, and then we get the whole, oh, I've just signed a new contract thing. So, what was I going to do? Oh, second nationality. The Hamilton is the bit that made me think that he had one. Because I see that a lot, that name, and names that look like that a lot on Cape Verdean players. But it's fine, because he's no longer going to be called Hamilton. He's going to be called Nelly. So it's all good. And no longer will he be. Mistakes were made. You know what? Yes. You know what? Yes. But I just want to see... Where is it? That's what I want to see happen. How's it going, Bareva? Still 3.2? No problem. Already capped under 19. I feel like it'd be a while before we got any caps. Copium. Oh, I am injecting the copium right now. This is a copium den chat. No, Garnish is still... the contract is on the table, but he hasn't accepted it yet. Right, let me just catch up on my database lookups for a second, then we can get cracking again. Oh my god. Harrogate did that. South America. Sean Dyche. Scunthorpe. England. Peterborough. Rapid VN. Setif. Team report. Inbox sexy. How do I spell words? There we go. Yeah, so Stan Garnish is not happening yet. But it looks like it will. Is he a man-eater? He'll make you work hard, is all I'll say about him. I don't know what his work rate was like, actually, in fairness. I hate that you can't seem to search national teams as easily like that. North America. Oh, it's on the browser, isn't it? I always get... every single time I make that mistake. Any good Costa Ricans? I mean, I wouldn't know. I mean, the best one is obviously Brian Lacey. Where is he? Be at Valley, right? Brian Lacey was a player I looked at years ago, and I really, really liked him. But he would never talk to us, and eventually he signed for Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia. So there you go. Thank you very much for another harp train today. That was outrageous. So yeah, he's pretty solid, but obviously wages would be prohibitive for him. Very good player there. I found that I've almost found it impossible to sign anyone from Costa Rica. They all say they've been one of the worst culprits for this stage in my career shit, honestly. Like, let me find a youngster in their national team. So they've got a couple here, but this guy's Saprissa. Rafael Montero, 19 years old. They always have some excuse, the Costa Rican players, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, I've just never been able to. In this save, Costa Rica has probably been the worst nation as far as trying to sign players from. They just don't ever talk to you. If I was to single one nation out, it'd be them. They're the worst. But they do have some really good regens, but we just can't sign them at all. Sturmgratz, lol. Oh my shit. Marcus Marks. Tackling's not good enough to seize them into production, really. But still, that is a hell of a youth intake they've got there. Bloody hell. Look at this. Sturmgratz are stacked to hell. Hang on, let's have a look at Emil Hammond, too. Jesus Christ, that is some... Okay, looking forward to see what those guys come out like. People don't want to... I mean, to be fair, I've heard it is very nice indeed. 9-2. We conceded 2 goals against... Who the hell even are they? I still don't remember scheduling that friendly. Oh, that's why we got the team report on them. We need to know what Marcus Marks' marking is. Very true. If it isn't at least 10, I'm going to be supremely disappointed. Come on, Stanislav. Accept the damn offer, please. Booty not worried about Nelly Furtado. He's like a bird, right? He's only going to fly away. AKA Vac. Oh, that's... Bloody hell. Rene fucks. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. At least not till he's about 27. Okay. But great name. Must be said. Wait, what? Oh, that's our next opponent, isn't it? Scouting update. Right. Oh, there's Babania again. And Marcus Cullum. These guys are all, like, new boys to the scouting list, aren't they? Yeah, that would explain the Hungarians. I didn't even check. They never give me the option to tell us where to put our training camps, oddly. How is he a C-rated player? I just don't... I think it must have been the wage demand, but... There's just no way that he's a C-rated player. Wait, really? Borough's only... Oh, it's because he's the... 32, isn't he? Yeah, he's not worth it. But what about Bezic? He was that guy I was really interested in. I still think there's something there with him. He is quite good. He feels like one of those players that would be worth way more if we got him. We're cracking out all the Nelly references. If you've got any more Nelly Furtado references, feel free to drop them in at an appropriate time, or worst case scenario, an inappropriate time, and I'm well on board with it. Cool. I'm actually doing okay today. I'm happy with the signings we've made so far. I think if we get Garnice over the line, I would say it really... That would kind of be the crowning achievement on this. Sarai. Oh yeah, I forgot we had a young... Rangers key on signing Vosterek. Well, if only there was some way you could perhaps bid on him, then that would be glorious. Please do feel free to put a bid in. I'm not going to offer him out, though. If they want him, they want him. Nordbeck is going to turn down this deal because Marcus Nordbeck has turned down every single loan attempt ever since he's joined this club, and I have no idea why. I haven't scouted Sirius specifically, no. Oh, he would have gone. I bet you still won't complain, though. Alatico want Alaku. Carvalho's going. Good. That's another loanee. Lovely stuff. Hey, Con. Ender Chalen's gone to Real Madrid. Galatasaray just got absolutely stiffed on him. They only made £6 million on a deal for the guy that was the next-gen winner twice in a row. Is anyone good? We're about to. I think the guys we've got are so far. Although I do like Sandberg. Ignoring the star rating, I think he's a good player and will do us nice for a couple of seasons. Swedish international. I like him. And he's a model citizen. It's if we can get Garnice over the line, that's when it gets a little bit more interesting. Celtic, that's the same bid they bid before, isn't it? Valencia one. He's now going to kick up a shitstorm because he does that every single time. Yep. I'll set the carp after him. Interesting choice. And now I tell him to... Every 6 months he complains. That's fine. So it's your natural fit. Yeah, actually, I think Albin could... Can I get a pog champ? That is lovely. Stanislav Garnice, £5.5 million. Oh, he's... Mwah. Right, so I reckon he'll be worth at least 20 million when he joins us. Maybe I'm wrong, but at 27... Watch the star rate be like 2.5 stars, and we're just like, what? Not that it matters, because for me, he's just too good to... There's squad player. I wish I had squad players that look like this more often. 9 million... What a joke! The game just doesn't like him for some reason. The game just really doesn't seem to appreciate the quality that this guy has, do they? So we'll get rid of this, obviously. Down to what he'll actually be, which is regular starter. See, he's already happy with his playing time. But for me, comes deep to get ball. It could be that, but we can get him off that. We'll try and get him off that. Didn't even see that. Let's get him off of that if we can. Hey, Bente. A poor choice. No, it wouldn't. You listen to me, Gaudi. I like your cathedrals, the ones you actually bastard finished, but we have different stuff to do here. I still think he's ridiculous, right? I still think he's ridiculous. There's just nothing... It was worth a punt on him. Even though it's a large wage, I just feel like that's going to change, right? He's quick. He's got good finishing. He's going to score goals for us. There's no way he doesn't. That's the under 19 side. Cool. Larrañaga. Nope. I would quite like... I want to loan Larrañaga out. I really would. But not to other Uruguayan sides, if I could avoid it. He's worth a lot of money, consider. What I'd like to do is I would like to loan you out to clubs that actually want you. I've just slapped him in the face and walked out there, essentially, haven't I? Final third training for Garnice. I guess it can't hurt, really, can it? I do want to make sure he's actually training the position as well, just because reasons. Final third. What would that work on his decision? I mean, there's so little to change about him from a, like... I guess it's the only weakness is in his, like... things that are necessary there, really. We'll get Emmett Doran to... Hey, Emmett, look, it's another guy that's going to be in front of you in the pecking order. I'm so sorry I've disrespected you as much as this, but hey, it is what it is. Groundsman asking for that. Celtic are keen. So keen, you haven't bid on him. You must be real keen. 18 million for Vinicius. Are you shitting me? Niescu. Ooh, progress already out of this young man. Nice. Although free kick's gone down. Useless. But he's going up in areas where it matters. How is he going to get even more agile? This man could escape a prison cell when he's got a straitjacket on at this rate. That's the kind of agility I'm looking for. He's a cat burglar of a fullback. Best signing so far? I still think Garnice. For me, it's either Garnice or Sandberg. Although I feel like Ketcher, if we are able to trigger that clause properly at the end of the loan deal, I think it'd be really good too. Actually, that reminds me. Did we actually see what Garnice had for corners in the end? Wasn't it like 18 corners or something he's got? 16, but still. 16 corners is quite nice to have. He'd be the best corner taker at the club. So he'll get rating just by taking corners too, which kind of helps. He's Garnese. Yeah, he is from the chat. He's from Garni. 7 complaints. Yeah, we used to get that. We probably will get that again. Maybe even this season. Who knows? Flashbacks to Eric. What a guy. Could turn 2 players on in a phone box. Yeah. Ludogorets. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Sorry, I just turned into the dog from the Churchill adverts, I realised, but... Yeah. I mean, at 17, what we can see makes me happy. Do we sign him now? Or, hang on, I don't think he's on a youth contract. I think we're safe to scout him. I feel like we're safe to scout him. I guess he's fine when he's not shooting at actual goal. Bit slow. I mean, his pace could be quite decent, and he's only 17. Oh, do you know what? I'm kind of tempted to just... Let's see what his agent says. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, because... under any circumstances. It's so weird. 17-year-old at Ludogorets doesn't want to join you under any circumstances. We're going to scout him anyway. Like, what? Yeah, hang on a minute. Optional feature. That's fine. We'll do that then. And I'll also get scout reports on these guys. We'll try to do the same thing with him that we did with Ketcher, essentially. I think that's all we really can do. Sometimes it's a lie. It could be. Oh. We should have just tried to buy him outright first, shouldn't we? But, oh well. Set for move to Porto. Why the fuck would he want to go there? No offence. Yeah, I got rid of... I've got it set on that. So hopefully he'll get rid of it. But if it's anything like Prioteza, he may not do. But it might just be that he's got such good attributes that it might not matter so much for him. Prioteza just didn't have the attributes to match what we wanted to do if he still had that in line. Can't sign a loan first. Ah! Maybe. But in that point, it might not make any difference. We might just be able to do it the old-fashioned way with the loan deal. The Champions League knockout round is not till mid-February because it's Barcelona. So, and obviously there's that huge gap between them as well. Priestess thing was a little bit different though, because with the Priestess, we actually... That's a long name. Nebojsa Stemenkovic. The fuck are these players? He's 18 years old. The hell, man? Really weird. Already capped at senior level. I know, exactly. Enstrom as well. Who are you? 6'6"? Julian Arisa. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, Almata. My apologies. I missed that one. Thank you so much for the follow as well. If you are new to my streams and you've enjoyed today, drop a follow. That'd be very kind of you. I mean, we're scouting him as well a little bit deeper. Well, I want more information on him as well. But, god damn. Some great quality there. All of these guys are getting more. God, we found some lovely players today. He's not good enough. Honsho's not great. Miguel won't ever... Hang on, now he will talk to us. Or is that a different guy? Oh, no, it's a different guy. 7 million's a lot. And I just don't think that he's only 18, though. He is only 18. JBK with the 13 months. Thank you very much, friendo. It's very kind of you. Hope you're having a great Thursday. I mean, Croatia, Romania, and Denmark have been absolutely outrageous in this save. Although Ain't worth £7 million. I mean, remember, he's 18. But I just think it's just too much. It's probably a release clause, isn't it? Yeah. Watch him be one of those players that 5 years from now we're going to be sat here going, we could have signed that guy for £7 million when he moves to like Barcelona for 30 million. But I don't think he's worth... I think he is worth 7.4 million, but not to us in our current situation. I think that would be flying a bit too close to the sun at the moment. And I think it would be a bad piece of business for us in our current state. Mr. Gouda. How's Mr. Gouda looking? Again, he's just too expensive. 8.4 million is a lot of money. Like, he's decent, but 8.4 million, it's the same kind of problem. He's the kind of guy, if we had like 700 million in the bank, I'd be snapping these guys up left, right, and centre, but he's just not quite there, I don't think. And this was Varone, who, again, is just a bit meh. What about Guastella? Same kind of problem, really, isn't it? Just acknowledge those guys. I think we can pretty much discard these guys now. Oh, wait, hang on. No, I want to look at them at least. Metsala. Not spectacular. We don't really need the Voster XL, but it'd be kind of nice if it happened. I'm not going to force it. What about Alan Wallen, just because of his name? He's got good tackling, but... You know what? Actually, screw it. I'll give these guys another week. I'd like to be able to at least see their attributes before I dismiss them entirely. As one of his Twitter anniversary. Oh, that's... I think Kev is brilliant. He's just such a nice chap. We had a good Discord call last month, just to go over some plans for him as far as Twitch and content goes. And he's just such a nice dude. Is he streaming today? Because if he is, you know where I'm sending that raid later, friends. Palanic Mate. Palavinicius again. Still kind of shitty bids, honestly. We've not really had as many bids today, which is... Whoa! Chat, it's finally happened. Marcus Nordbeck has finally accepted a loan deal. How long has he been at the club? Oh, he did get a loan deal. Oh, that's it. Yeah, he came back for 3 years, but then refused to go back out on loan to them again. And now finally has accepted another loan. Back to the same club that he was at 3 years ago. Guess he's finally got his priorities in order there. Hearts, by the way, top of the SPL. Ross County back in the mix, sort of, but not really. Top half at least, I suppose. Any other mad shit going on in Scotland? Like, I don't know, Cove Rangers being in the second tier. Just, you know, normal stuff. I know Kelty Hearts were in the League One at one point, weren't they? They appear to have gone, but for Martin. I mean, I have League 2 switched on, sadly. Well, Kelty Hearts have just disappeared, haven't they? Ah, Howcroft. God, I forgot Howcroft was even still here. Bless him. He's not bad, is he? He can still do a job for us. He'll probably still get like 15 appearances this season, honestly. And long may it continue. Why's my phone going off? Apparently Real Madrid have just signed Antonio Rudiger. There you go. Or worse, expelled. That's the true worst case scenario. What about you? Oh my lord. Oh, inverted. Wait. Could be retrained though. Where are all these players come? Ethan D. I want to know where he's from. Okay, I wouldn't have had that. He was born in Katanning in Australia. But goalkeeper, Ethan D. I bet he's going to have better than a D in our scout reports. Viggers is getting a... Wow, is he really getting Danish caps? Wait. Well, I mean, yes, game. After featuring in this latest international match, Tobias Viggers is now 1 appearance away from making 1 appearance. What does that even mean? He's been 1 appearance away his entire time. But he clearly didn't play in an international match then, did he? So what does that even... Hang on. I guess he must have been on the bench. That is freaking funny, though. Stephenson? Hey, look, Malta Stephenson's also 1 appearance away from making 1 appearance. Stephenson was absolutely lethal last year, by the way. Man got 17 goals in the league from left midfield. And I knew that for a fact because I checked and it said that he'd only been playing as a left-sided midfielder. Obviously last season. And he got 17 goals from there. Do you know, chat, we're all 1 away from making 1 appearance. Desmond proposed... Who? Mark Desmond. Okay, right, you're going to enjoy this, chat. You're going to enjoy this a lot. Athlone Town FC will pay tribute to Mark Desmond when they play Shamrock Rovers. Two, not even the first team, in a specially arranged testimonial on Wednesday. Now in his 4th year at Athlone Town, having played 0 games, the manager... Mark Desmond gets a testimonial with his... This is his league record for Athlone Town, in case you're wondering. He's basically... This is the epitome of George Pilbeam. It's not even Roy Galvin. This is George Pilbeam right here. That guy I had at Wimbledon, who I forgot I hadn't released, and for 10 years he sat in my youth team, and then I got a testimonial for him. Why did we... Actually, one of our players is going to turn up, right? Because I don't know why else... Unless it's because that's our affiliate side? He's literally stealing a living. I don't know about a living. He's on £0 a week. But luckily he's listed. I just feel kind of bad for him, you know? I feel like he needs a hug, honestly. Listed in 2026, did you say? Wait a minute. That's why it says that he's only been there for 4 years. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he was put on the transfer list here, and then he was released here, but has been on a non-contract basis for 13 years. They transfer listed him 13 years ago. He's just been hanging about. Wow. He was transfer listed 13 years ago, and then I assume his contract expired, but he did that whole month-to-month thing that players go to, and technically because he's still at the club, he remained on the transfer list, but they couldn't sell him. Oh, that's a TikTok. Right, where's my clip button? Hopefully that worked. Someone else might need to clip anyway, just in case. Fucking hell, that's brilliant. Rijeka. Oh, yes. Show me the goodies. Month to month on £0 a week. Yeah, it's kind of like my phone bill. They've literally just forgotten about him. Poor sod. Ooh. Izjogovic. God, there's some good players here. Wait, who are you? Oh, £21 million. I mean, that's who you are, but we're also not paying £21 million for you. That is not happening. The rest of these guys are all going back through the system again, but there's some good quality in there. I'm liking what I'm seeing. What about you lot? Ganem. Lol. I'll probably fuck up his testimonial, and rightly so. Do you think he turns up for training every day? Oh, sorry, Basil. Yeah, my bad. Is there a lookup? Says man who looked up. You're not wrong. Denmark's fixtures. Right. Well, that's the Sweden in a friendly. Is that the friendly? You know, the one they do when they play all the domestic players, maybe? Ooh, they're getting humped. They beat the Netherlands twice, but they got spanked by Spain and Belgium here. I don't know what's going on here. Did get to the 3rd round of the World Cup. Took extra time to beat China. Not spectacular there for all of them, is it? World Cup qualifiers, though. That seemed to go quite well. Only losing to France once. They lost to France 4-0, but then also beat France 4-0. Nations League again. What about... Oh, they only got the playoff for the Euros. Maybe he stole the key. See the Sweden game. As in like the... Ooh. I can click on that, but I can't really do much more than that. That took a little bit of time to... Yeah, Emmett's really fallen off the pecking order, hasn't he? It's a shame. Looks like Denmark were a little bit buggered there. Oh my god, Felix Rönholm and Nicholas Nilsson with goals in like the latter stages of the match. Nick it at the death for Sweden there. Oh look, it's Limburg. So it obviously can't be the game where they play only domestic sides, because look, Limburg was in the team. Unless this was... No, he would have been playing for us at the time, wouldn't he? Although, Tobias Viggers was on the bench too, and Malthus Stephenson. Where was Thijs Fries in all this? Maybe that was when he was injured. I'm going to save it. Not that we're stopping. I'm going to say... I just realised we haven't saved it yet today. And I don't want to lose all of our relatively good work so far. Only thing that could make this better would maybe be a big bid on someone like Vosterek so that we can just move that on. So Mitrev's coming in. That's fine, actually. Worst case scenario, we might find out that Mitrev isn't even that good and we don't want to sign him. But it's basically like a 1-year trial. Oh, Alaku. No, obviously not. He's been fantastic over the years. So basically, I don't use autosave when I'm doing Nomads, so I have to switch it off, and I forget to switch it back on again for Treaty a lot of the time. Yeah, we figured that would happen. It's fine. We'll do the... They're not liking that one so much anymore for some reason, which is annoying. Winter League, maybe. That would explain why only Irish League players showed up. But where was Thais Freeze? Maybe he's just too lazy. ED7, I can't. He wouldn't agree to it. As much as you can send players places, we could try. But I'm afraid if I tried that, he'll get pissed at me. And I don't really want Emmett getting pissed at me. Because he's actually really influential. He's the club captain too. And it's useful to have him around just based on his... when he occasionally does convince players to stay. Although, weirdly, that hasn't happened as much lately. This guy, Brace Wamba, has just moved to Bayern from Rangers. Wait, was this the guy that was at... How the fuck did Rangers manage that? That's a hell of a signing when they paid 10 million for him. I looked at this guy for ages. Scottish sides in this save have made some really good transfers at times. Maybe he was there. Mark Desmond joins us. Angry with the signing of a player. He's brilliant. You leave big Marky Desmond alone. He's still got a chance to get international caps. And now he's got a 7-year contract with us. It's all good. Ask Emmett to welcome him. He's probably more likely to play up front for us than Emmett is this season. Right, sending home this time. Not making that mistake again. Sparta Pro. I mean, this is just going to be stacked, isn't it? Oh, wow. Other than Wojcicki, that's kind of naff, honestly. More of these guys. Rene Fuchs, Marks. Oh. Intriguing. There's some hella interesting players on this. And Bezic. All of them, in fact. I think I'm still going to hold off on... Why do we sign Desmond? Because he's amazing. Can't you tell? We need a new mascot. Andy's still on loan at Wexford. We need a new mascot beyond Roy Galvin. So now when someone comes in and says, who's the best player at your club? I get to say Mark Desmond. They're still not bidding very much, are they? It's mad. We're nearly out the window, too. Oh, and do we know what Marcus Mark's marking was? Good shout. Please be above 10. Please be above 10. Please be above 10. Come on, Marcus. You're better than that, bud. Wan is our new mascot. No, Wan plays games. Wan's got more China caps lately. Yeah, this happens every single year now. You are a penis, Palanek. Every single year. Yeah, he'll happily sign a new contract the moment the window shuts. Every single time. Let's see what our title odds are. 1 to 10. Dundalk at 14 to 1. Wow, both are surprisingly close, actually. I would have thought they'd been way further away. Cork City are at 100 to 1, surprisingly, but they're quite good. So I think they'll be fine. Who's been spending money then? So obviously we've spent a load of cash. We are spending 30 million per annum at the moment. What about Dundalk? How much have they spent? They spent £2 million. They've let Jack Arrowsmith go. I know they have signed a guy. I know it doesn't say it that they have, but they have. Because it says there, £2 million. And it was from... He was... Oh, God, who was he? He's not bad. But it technically shows it in last season because he showed up. Why is it that players that show up... Oh, it's because he signed on the final day of... Yeah. This is Thomas Grant. They signed him for DC United for £2 million. And honestly... Not a bad bit of business. 3 caps for Wales. He's a bit old, which I think is the one issue they maybe have there. But also, Dundalk putting a player on £9,000 a week shows you the level that they're at now, which is pretty sick that they're able to do that. It's comfortably the highest paid player in the league that doesn't play for us. What about Bose? Have they done anything good? They brought in Fat on Cake and Baltazar. Are they just signing fun meme names now? Oh yes, the Brazilian Irishman called Baltazar. I love him. He's great. Oh, too far. Sligo? Anything interesting from them? Other than Jack Arrowsmith, they spent 20 grand. Look at the salaries, man. Gilles Legault is good. Wish they'd sign some more people. James Murphy. Oh, they've actually lost money. Oh, no, yeah, made money. Cork, they're in Europe. Hopefully they've done something. Nope, not at all. Good. They're not spending a lot. They're doing pretty well. Abo's also streaming. I don't know about that. Well, there's only one guy in the FC Copenhagen under-19s. But he actually might be really good. Yet another ridiculous left-back coming through FC Copenhagen. It's weird that they only had one guy in the under-19s, though. Is that because they're all in the B team for some reason? Yeah, they are. Okay, that's weird. We'll get a report on that. We may have to keep an eye on that. Unplayable league, 2 or 3 years lower. Yep, that sounds like Football Manager this year. Reject. How would I even say that? Kufud? Suraj. Okay, well, random loan is happening. We don't do this time. No chance. No. We've actually done more this time. There's been more stuff for us to actually figure out and do. And sometimes I start a bit later in the window. But this time it actually felt like it was the right moment for us to start where we were. Because there was stuff I had to catch you up on. So the freebies on trial thing, it is. And someone mentioned this on a YouTube video. But I'm not going to do that here. Actually, we could do it here. It'd be better in the summer. But what my plan was, and he recommended this and I agree, is what we do is we get any player that has no... Let me just clear everything here. Any player that doesn't have a contract at the moment. So that would be unattached. I think that's the correct one, right? Then we go to overview. Select the... I might put an age bracket on it just in case I don't want to screw the other sides too much. So maybe max age like 25. And then we take the 50 best... That's 28. Shit. Offer them trials. Like that. That way we cover off enough of them. And because of their world rep, they're not always the best, but they're going to be up there. In the summer, it'll be better because there'll be more leagues available. So the reason I did more than 30 was because a lot of them will say no, and I want to make sure our arse is covered for them, basically. We won't do anything with the players, but... yeah, that's fine. But the others all worked, clearly, so that's fine. So even if there's any player, it will just encourage other Irish sides to maybe try and pick some of these guys up, and we kind of want that. It'll be much better in the summer because way more players will be released in the summer months. That'll be way easier for us to pick them up. But even if just a couple of these guys will get picked up by other Irish sides, that could only be good. But it's like we haven't focused on as much. Yeah, why don't they just trial it? Yeah, you're right. Why doesn't it just have a big thing there? It's like a big list of players, like the loan renewal screen. Imagine if the loan renewal screen was 1 by 1. It could be even worse. Could be a decent player for the future. Not for us, obviously, but still, some of these guys might be okay. For other Irish sides, maybe. Luck. I think in the summer it'll be way better because it'll be players from big European leagues that are getting released. See, he could be okay for another Irish side. All we need is a couple of them to get picked up, and it's worthwhile. Him as well, maybe. There's something in there. Yeah, don't give us that idea. I absolutely won't. Last thing we need is them fucking that up as well. Expiring contracts. The problem is we can't really scout expiring contracts, can we? Unless there's like a scouting focus you can do, but I don't think you can really do that, can you? Like, obviously, we can look at expiring contracts in 6 months, but then that's just a big list of all the players. We wouldn't be able to scout them because we won't know who's good and who isn't. So, what's it? Expiring 6 months. So, obviously, there's loads of players here, but we wouldn't really know much about most of them. That's the problem. Like, we can see these things, but I don't want to take all our scouts' time chasing after players that we would have no idea if they're actually any good or not. To start with, it'd just be a waste of time for me. Is he? Get that, really? Gavla! Thank you very much for the follow. How are Celtic doing? They've won a lot of titles, as you'd imagine. Although they aren't actually top of the league at the moment. Dundalk bought a guy for £2 million in this window. We actually just showed him. He's a pretty solid player. Oh, my days. Yes, please, FC Midtjylland. Holden, Jespersen, Memic. I know we're already looking at him. And Kierkegaard. I wonder, would Kierkegaard match any of our philosophies? I mean, he's really good for a start. So, definitely. But, intriguing. I might get a B team report on them too, just in case they've got a load more players hold up there. Dundalk want coffee. Yep, crack on then. Have them for free. Whenever they do that, I'm just going to give them for free because there's no point in them paying us money for those players. Mihov top... Wow, look at that. 3 Dundalk players are more likely to win Player of the Year than our players. Admittedly, all 3 of them are on loan from us, but that's still kind of sick. Also, where the hell... Why is our backup goalkeeper 12-1? Graveyard, really? See, no one else got my philosophy joke. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Turja. I'm glad you got it. I'm glad someone got my philosophy joke. What a great name. Wait, he's Albanian? Prokopis Panagiotidis. Okay, cool. Fair one. Avondale. Don't have the knowledge. Oh, he's Mimic here could be very intriguing. When is he joining us, by the way? He's not going to join us on... Yeah, I'm kind of glad that we waited on him, honestly. Stamenkovic as well. The bloody hell. There is some mad talent in these guys. I'm going to get another round on all of these guys. Wow, that Kierkegaard guy's not as good as I thought. A couple more guys as well in the youth team at Ludogorets too. Oh. Check Bose as well. How do you mean? Check them for what? That's all pre-season still. The Arsenal game is just a pre-season friendly. I felt like they fancied a big game. Transfer. Oh yeah, they haven't really signed anybody. Returning from loan. No. All the guys that were returning from loan were not that good. Most of them were left on freeze. And those that didn't just couldn't find more loan moves. All the guys that were really good out on loan are still out on loan, which is actually the best case scenario. And they're all at Dundalk. Show the players that have signed this tree. Okay, I don't want to do this too often because obviously... how much has this gone up? Oh, it's dropped massively. Ah, that's a shame. While we're at it, let me just check on the Barema Traore clause again. 3.2 still. That's fine. So what we've done this stream, the players we've signed this stream, obviously, actually, I can just show you by hovering, can't it? Be easier because it takes ages to go from this menu back. So we've got Vol for £72,000 because £72,000, really. We've got Ugland for £2 million or something. I think he's actually okay. Might have a bit of future talent there potentially. So I'm pleased with that. We've got Albert Sandberg for 2.3 million. He's old-ish, but his attributes were way in excess of what we were looking for that role. He'll be a perfect backup. Even could start games for us. And he's a model citizen. Can't really go wrong there. Ketcher's on loan for the season. So happy with that. He's young. We'll see what he's like. We've got a clause to buy him permanently if we want him, which is nice. We've got Nelly Furtado, who we just took an absolute punt on at £1.5 million. He's very tall. So we were happy to do that as well. We also got Stanislav Garnis for £5.5 million, who I still think is ridiculously underrated by the game. He has some very good attributes. Bring him back to treaty. God, no. Like, £8 million for a guy that might be good. And plus, that's not how much they'd actually want. Spurs would want way more than that for him, unfortunately. I think Garnis is brilliant still. And I still think we've got a good deal. How many caps has he got? Only 40. Feels like it should be more. And obviously Mark Desmond, but that's a joke. Nelly Furtado, yes. He's like a bird. Plus, it's the final day of the window, too, which is, well, for the other sides anyway. 13 million. Like, at least, look at that. Final day of the window, and they're bidding 13 million for him. What a joke of a team. Bids on our players have not been great, honestly. No P break today. I know. 12 minutes. To be fair, I have needed a P for like an hour, but I've just been like, you know what? I'm having such a good time. I don't really... Wait, what? Oh, that. Oh, that. Oh, well, at least we can finish off with a match, I guess. Try some of the new guys out. Paranet Mate. I kind of want to start Garnis up top for the Dundalk game. Just because I want to see what he's like. I might cancel the Avondale game, actually. Don't really want a friendly right there. No puns. I know it's a punless day, chat. Oh, look, they finally bid a bit more. Still nothing, but better than... I say better than nothing. It's not really, though, is it? Let me just cancel that friendly. Because we've got the Arsenal friendly. Get rid of the Avondale game. And Pauk. Show me the goods. You know what? Worth a look. Oh, wait, maybe not. He's got a broken leg. Man's been a core road before we even noticed him. Frustrated by one of... Oh, my. President's Cup's way better than Champions League. Exactly. Plus, we were never going to get to the Champions League. And influential player. Ah! See, Stanislav Spak always accepts it when I tell him he's an influential player. He loves me. Precisely, we get to win a cup on the first stream of the season. What more do you want? Plus, we get to come straight back and do Barcelona next time. Oh, that's going to be tough. Paulo Vinicius, 20 million. Now you're talking. Not really. That's not a lot of money. Give me 15 and we'll talk. Whoa, hang on. Whoa. They actually negotiated with me. They negotiated with me there. They might actually accept this. 7.75. 8.25. The fact that they didn't dismiss me out of hand. I'm not selling him for 9 million. It's only narrowly above what he is. He's still an excellent... I don't think I want to sell it. It's only narrowly above what he's actually worth there. He's got 7 caps for Serbia. He's a fantastic second choice for our central midfield. For me, if they'd given me the 15 million, I might have been tempted. But for me, that's not over the top enough for me to actually want to sell him. That doesn't mean they won't come back, but I get the feeling they won't. I was actually willing to negotiate with them there and maybe take a big fee, but not that. That's too small for me. If they'd have agreed to 16.5 million, I'd have probably been okay with it. Because that would have been worth it because of the sheer amount of money we'd gain. Particularly with that clause. Oh, hang on, they're back. 11 million. The profit clause is down lower, though. If they get anywhere near where I was looking, they might actually... Ooh, Rangers might still have a chance here at signing him. They look kind of desperate. Still not sure how much I'd want to sell him. SPAC transfers cancelled, not that we cared. How many players are untouchable at any cost? Really, not many. Actually, that's not true. No. Most of our starting 11 are untouchable. Like, actually, no. So, Alaku I don't want to sell. Falkenhorst, Fries, Lindbergh, those kind of guys. Karp, the back line. Although Stojanovic, if we had the right bid. Vinicius, obviously. And a few of the youngsters. But people like Rengifo, I would take a sale for. Or, like, Vostarek, I'd take a sale for. 300 million. See, that's not... We've had bids of way higher than this for Alaku before. Arsenal once bid 52 million pounds for him. Or was it something like that? 47 million, I think. So, yeah. I wouldn't take less now. This is the old tactic. Not really the old tactic. It's the new tactic. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I know what it fucking was. So, basically, for those of you who are unaware, if you go and set a scouting priority, a general focus, the game will default to whatever tactic you've got in the first slot because, again, reasons. So that means they've been playing the old systems for the whole of pre-season, which is brilliant. So we're still considered rich at 88 million pounds. Hopefully we'll get a lot of Champions League money, so that will tide us over as well, which would be good. I'm glad you pointed that out, Basil, because I would not have noticed that. Super annoying that it does that. This hasn't updated yet for this season, because these are all last year's stats. I love that he's still considered 5-star rated, though. That's exciting. 23 million for Mate is nothing. 17 million for Spak is nothing either. In India, I have no idea. I'm not sure how really well it would work outside of Europe, honestly. 1 day cold. He's basically come to me with the sniffles, hasn't he? Like, what do you want? Sympathy? You know what?
Here's a fun fact.
I'm going to bump that to the highest possible because sometimes it does give you a little boost to morale and we want all the morale we can get. And we've got the budget, let's be honest. We weren't going to be able to spend our whole budget anyway. Tappy, thank you for the follow. No, we do manual scouting essentially and let the scouts do the rest of it themselves. We tried the certain region stuff. We tried setting scouts to search certain countries and they never found anybody. And even worse, never gained knowledge of the nation we sent them to. So they were losing their knowledge of the nation faster than they were able to gain it, so it basically became a net negative to have them even exist, which is a shame, and they definitely need to look at that. Right, we'll quickly get Thighs Freeze up. I can't spell. Man, not spell, very good. There he is. But I'll also do a yoga in the meantime. We'll be back in a sec. Where's he gone? There he is. But they definitely do need to look at the scouting stuff because even when we had it set so specific scouts were going to specific countries, they weren't gaining any knowledge of the country after 2 years. And I think we had one guy that had like maxed out basically in all the perfect things and he was barely gaining any knowledge. And to me, if you have to have the perfect scout to gain any knowledge, then what's the point in having scouts? So yeah, I just gave up on that. I went back to our old style of scouting. That's something they absolutely need to look at though. The offers, yeah, you'll get shitty offers for a lot of your players, sadly. It won't really improve until your league rep improves. Like, we've only just started getting players that are able to get these kind of offers. When you get 5th, if you can get 5th in the coefficients, that's when it really goes mental. All your players will jump up from being worth 30 million to like 150 million, just overnight. It's mental. Oh, he's very good. It's still technically our record signing, because we didn't land the guy from Dinamo Zagreb, so he is still our record signing. The man we called a fraud when he first joined us. I mean, look at these Was that using Zealand scouting? What do you mean? As in when we send them to specific countries? Yes, that was. And we found it did nothing for us. Like, they didn't gain any knowledge at any point. And we just couldn't make it work for it, sadly. It was a shame, but it is what it is. So we just went back to doing what we were doing. Just didn't work for us. Why 5th? I don't know. I don't know, but it was always 5th that seemed to do it. Contract for him? I think Fries Feast has a contract, right? I think I gave him one last season. Ah, he's still got a year. He's still got 2 years left on his contract. We'll deal with that at the end of the year. Ah, that's what it is. He's got an extension clause. We'll just do that. Actually, no, we won't. We'll save that because I always like to keep that clause available just in case. So yeah, he's got a 1-year extension. I did wonder why I wouldn't have extended it in the last window, but that's the reason. He'll be good. I'll leave that until the next window, though, to trigger it, just in case we end up in a weird situation where the board try to sell someone and it's him. Because you know what they're like. Playable leagues active. Exactly. And that, to me, that means the game has not been designed properly then. Because who has all the leagues active? Most people's computers couldn't handle that. I found that even with our very best scout, who could speak the language and had the perfect attributes, would get maybe 3 or 4% knowledge of a nation in 2 years. It's just... yeah. Do you vote and then renew? Yes, because then you end up with a better start. It doesn't really matter. Because what I mean is when I do the vote, it means I get an extra year to then wait to renew it anyway, so you just get more time. Right. Latter stages. I don't know who's going to be able to pre-register for this. This is going to be a bit weird. Lindbergh's already in. Danko's in. Diaz... surely he's in, right? Why was that 1 when I added him in? It went back to 0. Garnice has to be in. Ah, fuck. Can I take out Diaz then? Yeah, okay. We'll have to leave that spot available. Hoon might complain, but that's his fault for going on international duty. Shit. They're just going to have to bite the bullet. They're going to complain, but... really? You're complaining? Pipe down. We can't register all these guys, like... because it's midway. The one down... the biggest downside... really? Piss off. Because the problem with us having a winter transfer window is that we're not allowed to register most of the players we sign for the Champions League because it's mid-season. And it's kind of annoying. But there it is. Affiliate clubs are very useful for gaining knowledge. That's how we've been gaining knowledge lately, is with affiliate sites. So you'll note that we've now got 39% world knowledge. The main reason for that is because, look, you'll notice that we've got really good knowledge of countries like Uruguay here because of our, because of our affiliate side. We've got really good knowledge of, well, you can see them there. Slovakia, because of our affiliate side. There's more of them too. Esbjerg. Why have we got really good knowledge of Iceland because of Esbjerg? That's kind of cool. Do they know where these places are? I like that that's given us Iceland knowledge too. Do they have like an affiliate side? Starbeck's given us Finland knowledge. Okay. Do they have like an affiliate side themselves? Weird. Maybe scouts? But we wouldn't have access to their scouts, would we? That wouldn't make any sense. It must just be that they themselves have knowledge and we've managed to get some of that. I don't know. Weird. Cool, though. I'll take any extra knowledge I can get at this point. We can't get a new one yet. I only got a new one on the 1st of January, which was obviously was Defence or Sporting, which is a brilliant facility, a brilliant youth affiliate to have. We could try it, obviously, but I suspect that they won't have any options for it yet. Finance, networking, no. But that's fine. Every few months we just check. Dundalk, we're going to do Dundalk today. I want to at least play a game. Really? The friendly's televised? Alright. And it wouldn't be tomorrow anyway, because obviously I won't be streaming tomorrow. Molfehova. Oh, there's a guy there. Something to him, maybe. Scouting updates. Most of these guys are too... they need more information. In fact, I'll just control A these guys for a minute. Keep them in the cycle. I still think we've done okay. I think some of the business we've done today is pretty solid. Even if it's not... We were never going to be able to sign huge players for big money. We did try it. The Durbich guy. We were willing to drop a record transfer on a guy. But it just wouldn't happen. That's the problem when we try to go for those guys. They just join someone else. We're still in a situation where we can't really get those players. Oh, shit. Hang on. No, wait. Abdominal strain. What the hell is Mark doing? He's just doing all the sit-ups. So Dundalk's draw won't have happened yet. Oh, it might have done, actually. I don't think it will have done, though. No, the first round of games aren't played for ages yet. They play the first round knockouts the same day that we play our first round. But they'll play extra games between the rounds. So it should be okay. But obviously, because they're a second round side. And for those of you that missed it as well, coefficient-wise, I know we haven't talked about that much today, 8.6. Lovely stuff. And that's before playing a single knockout match. So we're going to go 11th as things stand, which is nice. And I think next year there's a really strong chance we can have 4 sides in the groups. So I think Scamrock will get it guaranteed. God, Lindbergh's getting better and better, isn't he? Still has some weird technical gaps, but God, he's eager going forward. And Coffee's going to Dundalk. Nice. Don't know why they wanted him, but sure. Hey, the more knowledge we can get through those... yeah, he's still only 20. Through those affiliates, the better. Every affiliate I get, I'm trying to get one that we don't have in a country we don't have such good knowledge of for that exact reason. Right, let's see. Who do I want? I want to start Albin. Because I want to see what he's like. I don't think we've got any newbies in this role, do we? Nah, so we'll leave Alaku there. I want to start... Choi Tae-hoon. I obviously want Paolo through the middle. Oh no, we want Garnice. I'm going to start Garnice through the middle today. The backline hasn't really changed, although it would be quite a nice idea to try out one of the youngsters, like Niextu in there too. And the backline, I think, is fine. Is there anyone else I've missed that really needs to be in the team? I think these were the best players, weren't it? So it'll be... Not, technically, ours isn't guaranteed, but it basically is. And Dundalk... Very unlikely. I think the only way Dundalk could not qualify for something would be if they lost every single tie. And I think that's very unlikely. And then Europa League is guaranteed. So they'll get one or the other. And then the others are all qualifiers still. But we might get a bye to something, but we'll see. Right, okay, that's gonna do it for the lineup, I'd say. I want to see what these guys are like. I'm particularly curious about Garnice. There's quite a lot of new guys in here, actually. Even if they're not players that are going to start all the time for us. I still think they're good. Unsure. Why are you unsure and complacent, chaps? What's going on? Don't they realise what this tournament is? Useless. Kick off. We'll take that. Coolio. Where is the Wan? He's around. He's the chosen one. Ooh, a little bit sketchy there, actually. Intriguing. Tiny bit of a... So I wonder if it's the rain. I blame the rain. It might have been all the Harold Bishops and things we've run today. It's noteworthy, though, that it's actually being a bit... it's the first time we've had any kind of stutteriness for like a week now. Well, there was me thinking we fixed it. Good lord. It's also lying by saying that it's going to do... that it's doing 55 FPS. I'm like... Disagree. Maybe in bursts it is. Oh, well, at least it's the last game of the stream, not the first one. That could be a lot worse as Garnice already through. 50 minutes in, Stanislav Garnice, first goal for the club. Lovely jobby. But you can tell that it's the game that's being sluggish because I'm not lagging. Whereas before when we were having that graphics issue, it was lagging me as well. Still weird that it's happened today, though. True, it is technically the first and last. Good point. Good point, well made. Nice to see Well, okay. A strong start from Stanislav Garnice. 2 goals on his debut. Nuggy! Thank you for the follow. That was a good finish. I was about to make a point that he's played quite well and took his chance when he got it. And then it turns out that, oh, look, it's fine again now. The keeper's just passed it to him. Mental. Katolika's a pretty good pick, I'd say. Should be pretty pleased with that. Yeah, we got the first game, the last game, and the only game today. That's 3 full matches. Don't tell me I don't give you value for money. It certainly was the red a little bit, but now it's yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a lot better than it used to be. This is still kind of annoying, but it certainly doesn't happen anywhere near as much as it used to. We had like 2 full streams where it didn't happen a single time. So I wonder if it's just because we've used so many graphically intensive things today on stream that it's just kind of balked it. I still think there's definitely stuff I need to do, but I think the only real solution now is graphics card. But at least it's certainly a lot more stable than it was. We've got next game as well. True, we do. I'm pretty pleased with Garnice. One thing I would say is he made a good run for the goal, and it didn't appear as though the comes deep to get ball thing was afflicting him too poorly on that one. So how that will play out over the course of him playing, you know, a good 20-30 games this season, I don't know. But it doesn't look like it's going to be too hampering of him, at the very least. Sandberg looks okay so far. Garnice has got the ball. He can certainly create a lot of passes, though, with chances like this, as Taehoon is now through. Square it, please. I beg of you. Oh, okay. No, rubbish. As he's prepared to present us the trophy. Maybe. The game just can't handle it. There's always a next game. True. Oh, go on. Go on, Lubin. Oh, okay. Brand new £39,000 a week contract, and he can't even save that. Useless human being. Get better. Be better. But Dundalk are still quite good. Admittedly, they are missing half their squad because half their squad play for us, but it's the benefit we get in games like this, is the ability to have that. Although Garnish rating is still dropping a little bit. He's got the lube on his gloves, true. Man couldn't catch a cold at this point. That's still annoying as fuck, though. Because it is still very off-putting for me. Because it's a different kind of stutteriness. It's like, oh, hang on, Garnish is through again. Go on, Stanisław. Oh. Well, that's disappointing. I'll be honest with you, I thought he had that in the bag. It was a nice run again. Finish was actually pretty good, apart from the part where it didn't go in. Other than that, it was absolutely perfect, chat. Frustrated by feedback. What feedback? I said you were playing well, you pleb. Let's see. Get Ringifo in for a bit. Maybe get... Let's all go donuts. Wow, Limburg is actually better than the donut now. Harvey! Thank you for the follow. Watch this game go to extra time now out of nowhere. Yeah, hat-trick would have been a good start for him, but, you know, he scored a goal, a good one from open play. He then got handed another goal, which is always nice. And then, okay, he did go for the standard door and dink and fuck it up, but then who doesn't? Vinicius, that's who. Oh, God, please no. Nice, Limburg. Maybe Gunnies could set us away. Or just... Actually, no, he's done well to hold on to that, actually. I'm surprised. I thought he'd mess that up. Now he's going to slowly make his way forward and get on the end of a great pass from someone any minute now. It's coming. I reckon get the ball to the midfield. Donut will ping one over the top for him when we eventually pass the ball into the midfield. There it is. Donut. Oh, okay. Limburg, fine. Alaku zips it through Garnice for the hat-trick. Doesn't make any mistake that time. Another dink for Garnice. A hat-trick on his debut. Yes. I think the match engine likes a bit of Garnice. A 3-0 victory with him scoring all 3 goals. Oh. That's good. That was a delicious finish. The guy's got some quality to him. 3 goals on his debut. He's going to take the corner too. Can he grab an assist to go with it? Nope. I mean, he's got a 9. And Dundalk are pretty much the toughest opponent we'll face domestically. And he scored a hat-trick on his debut for us. There's definitely a quality player there. 14 long shots too, yeah. And there's the cup. That we don't care about. But it's there. Good stuff. Good stuff. SG26. What was that Stargate? Is it SG1? We should change his name to 1. Just so, not his name, his number. To 1, just so we can be SG1. We can call him the Stargate Striker. Right. A double? Oh, okay. Apparently that counts for this season. Lol. Good start for him, though. Classy, classy Garnice. 3 key passes, too. I suppose that would be the... And now Mate's missing training. Hey, look. It's finally the first of the team reports that we got at the start of stream. Peter Beale. Didn't he murder his sister in EastEnders, or am I thinking of someone else? Oh, well. Having a striker with the kit number 1. You know I would love to do that. You know how much I love doing stuff like that. So, honestly, I'm not opposed to it. In any way. Right, I'm going to save it there. Then, I'm going to have a little checkaroo over onto Twitch. Hopefully, Mr. United City FM is streaming. I heard... he is! I heard tell that he might be. And now I'm very much obligated, in fact, to rate him. Not obligated. I just want to. Gone clubbing. Wow. That's... Oh, no, I have had that. I think Moise Kepri did that multiple times, actually, now that I think about it. My favourite one ever was the player that injured themselves in a golf cart accident, and it was real and in the game. That's one of the best ones I've ever seen. That is also a very good point. So... Thank you very much for joining me today. Thank you so much for the insane waterfall of gifted subs we had at the start, and also randomly in the middle of the stream as well. This kit is still really dumb because of this paper bit they've got on the front of it, but it's still a very nice shirt. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for joining me today. I'll be back with some Nordic Nomads tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great bank holiday. I'll see you on Saturday as well, because we've got Barcelona in the Champions League, and hopefully sign a couple more of those guys up, because there's some quality in there I think we found today that could extend our journey that little bit further. I'll see you on Saturday. Let's go right over to Kev. Thank you so much for joining me. Hold your gun. Capybara. Minute up tight. You did!